That was Parasite, Primeval, Calm Before the Storm, The Chanty of the Priests, and Black Xmas. And
If it
those
was only
last,
Kiss Parasite.
I know, different kind of Parasite. But those
Yeah.
last two tunes are from, as Mark hinted, what many believe to be the comeback record. Mantas rejoins the band. Tony Dolan comes in, Adam Smasher, bringing killer bass.
The Demolition Man. Yeah.
Demolition Man. Yeah, what did I say? Adams. Oh
You're thinking of Sir Thungol right now.
no, what's the band he was in? Adam.
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't write it
Yeah,
down.
I wrote it down somewhere. But the band he came from previous, Adam Kraft. That's
Is
what I
he a
was.
Geordie boy as well?
I think he's a Geordie boy. Yep.
Okay.
So, but Adam Kraft was the name of the band that he came from. So that's Adam Smasher is definitely a Stuart Thunkel song. So I think you threw me off with the Kiss reference, and I just went. I was gone from there. But the only thing that sucks about Primeval is that little like internet kind of opening. It lasts a little too long. But outside of that, it's fucking.
I don't know if it's internet or if it's fax,
I think it's a fax machine, but
but
it's
I think it's a fax with Satan.
oh, they're communicado with Primeval. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a. I don't know. That sounds like a bad horror plot from like Witchboard 3 or something like that. Or
Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff is, they do a lot of throughout their career. They have a lot of these like kind of like openers with using either
it's true.
keyboards or silence or people walking down the hall and like a door closing, or there's a lot of this kind of stuff that anymore seems kind of quaint.
Yeah.
At the time, it probably seemed like, and they even like with some of their modern records, like they're not victims of modernity, but they're definitely trying to like kind of like production wise make it sound more like certain things. Like there's certain bands that just kind of like, I think like Triptychon, I think PL. There's a handful of bands that can kind of sound like themselves throughout eras,
Yeah.
and some of the later on Venom stuff, I like it, but it sounds like they're trying to stay modern,
Sure. I get
production wise, chug wise, like they're into, seeing like Gojira or something, and they're like, okay, even though they kind of like pioneered this whole thing, they're almost victims of some of the modern aspects.
It's weird because when we get to Resurrection, I also wrote Gojira down too, but like Gojira hadn't come out yet, so they were like,
But it still felt like a modern thing
for
of that
sure.
era.
But it's funny because I wrote the same thing. I guess Lamb of God were doing some of that kind of same riffery too, and
Yeah.
Meshuggah was kind of like around, so maybe that kind of I don't know, even like some of like the more modern production in Flame stuff like was kind of doing certain parts like that. So yeah, it's interesting. That is definitely a trajectory. I think if it hadn't been for the fact that Mantas's solos are so fucking awesome on those later records,
They're great. They're really
it
good.
might have yeah, but yeah, we'll get to Resurrection, sure enough. But I think what's your take on Dolan's bass playing? Who does he remind you of? I'm just kind of curious because I have some thoughts. I'm curious what you arrived at.
I mean, it sounds like it's like very 70s to me, like a really like in a positive way, like AC/DC or something.
I get from him a little bit, especially like on Parasite, and I get kind of a little bit of Dee Dee Verney and Frank Bello, a little bit of that New York thrash kind of bass playing that early Anthrax and Overkill kind of had.
Do you think it's because it's like up front?
I think maybe it's that, but I think also some of the riffs kind of have some of that like slowed down kind of doomier,
Yeah.
like mosh kind of riffs that you hear on like Exodus and Anthrax, that kind of Toxic Waltzy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, or even
I think Dee Dee Verney's, he's one of my favorite bass players in thrash.
he's incredible, and he's
I
better
love
than
how he
don't
like,
get me wrong.
yeah, like how I mean, he's also one of the main songwriters.
For sure, he's like
And-
Steve Harris. Overkill,
Yeah, and I like he is the thrash Steve Harris to me. And, and I think Cliff Burton's great, but I think I have more affinity for Dee Dee Verney.
Yeah. I mean, you've gotten to see a more extension of ideas, and stuff too. It's
Sure,
hard to-
I've never seen Overkill either.
I know.
I'd love to see Overkill, but like I keep getting surprised how good the records are still.
Yeah,
And I think like a lot of it has to do with him.
yeah, I don't disagree. I don't know. Is that like wrong of me to say that I hear some of that up front, kind of like that New York hardcore? Because I think it's a little bit of that punk, because punk often has the bass up front more than
True.
some genres do.
And not overly not overly distorted.
Yeah, and I think you hear a little of that in that New York thrash kind of stuff that like Anthrax had and
Totally.
certainly Overkill had. So
Yeah.
I just get I wrote Frank Bello, so maybe it's not as advanced as Vernie, but like even the stuff like Frank Bello does with Anthrax is pretty killer.
It's always, yeah, it's always good. Just I think Didi Vernie's he's got more of his own, like he's more of a Steve Harris character.
Yeah,
With like the songwriting and like being upfront more in the mix of everything. Even though Bello's been early stuff, he wasn't as upfront. Well, he wasn't in all the stuff either, but
yeah. After Lochner left, yeah,
yeah, like Lochner was more of a Didi Vernie.
yeah. No, that's
because
true.
he was a kind of major songwriter too. But
Yep. What about Dolan's vocals? Who do they kind of sound like and remind you of vocally? Because I have some vibes, but I didn't know what you arrived at.
well, I mean, there's definitely a strong Kronos contingent there. I think it's kind of a kind of an AC/DC thing where they wanted to try to find somebody that wasn't completely not Bon Scott,
Yeah.
so they bring in Brian Johnson. But I didn't really have any really other ideas.
I got a little bit of Accept, just a little bit, not a lot, but there are moments where I could, like, if you mix Kronos and
Kronos and Udo together.
In Udo, yeah, you get a little Tony Dolan. There's just a little bit of, I don't know. There's just a little something there, maybe. But I'll let the listeners weigh in and tell us their thoughts. But
yeah, because he's definitely got his own thing going on. But it's like the dude that took over for Accept.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I can't think of what the fuck his name is. He's like from New Jersey or something.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And he did like for what was it? Something to the Nations. What was that record called?
Blood of the Nations. Yeah,
Blood of the Nations.
Great album. Yeah,
like that kind of like brought Accept back into modern parlances, like being like they're actually still doing cool stuff.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But it's along those lines, and I think it all kind of goes back to Bon Scott, really.
I also think Primeval gets like overlooked in the Venom catalog. I think the way like the Tony Martin era of Sabbath does.
Yes, yeah. Or Ray Gillen era too.
Yeah, or that a little
the one
bit.
Record.
the one record.
I fucking love that record so much.
But people have kind of reaffirmed Tony Martin now, right? Like that era, there's been a lot of Defenders. We did an episode on it. I mean,
apparently Iommi's doing they're doing a box set.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of momentum there. And I think in recent years, Primeval, I think Mantas has been really outspoken about how much that record is great. And I think it's gotten people to reapprise it a little bit too.
I mean, in the last 5 years, I never listened to it, and then I picked it up and I was like, I fucking love this record.
Yeah, this shit is hot. I mean, that's what I wrote. I was just I was like, man, I did not know. I don't know. I just kind of assumed that all these records were like a muddle, And in hindsight, there are problems on some of these records in this era, but there are also really good songs too. Not
even like Primeval. There's almost rapping on it.
Oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
which I don't dislike, but it is borderline rapping.
Which tune? Oh yeah, the Primeval
Off
tune.
Of Primeval,
the title track. Yeah,
yeah. Like you could definitely put your hand up in the air and bounce around
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
To that vocal line.
Yep.
And then there's a key in Primeval. There's this keyboard break that sounds like a busy signal on the phone.
Yeah,
did you catch that at all?
I did. It's funny.
And the whole thing sounds like it's produced like a Priest record, which might help kind of add to my enjoyment of it.
Yeah, it's got that Painkiller kind of production almost.
Totally.
It's just it just goes for the jugular a little bit.
And not the album Jugular.
No, not
or
the
Jugulator.
Jugulator.
Yeah.
One last time, turning to Metal Maniacs, interview Jeff Wagner did in 1997 upon the Venom reunion. He's interviewing Abaddon, and he asks him highlights and lowlights of your career thus far. And Abaddon says, I would defend the albums from Primeval onwards. Primeval is one of the best we've ever made. We got the songs together, we got the sound better, and the production was one thing missing from Welcome to Hell and Black Metal. Some people say that makes up for great atmosphere. I think personally, and Jeff would say, that Primeval was an album we were really proud to make. It was a cracking album. Black Metal was the one that that would be the most influential, the one people will still be talking about for years. But Primeval was the one we were the most happy with. It was Venom. It didn't sound like Atomcraft with vocalist Tony Dolan's prior band. When Tony was in the band, he did a cracking job. The video we did, he looked brilliant. He looked the part. He was a massive Venom fan, so he was very proud of what he was doing. People would ask him if he felt he was filling Kronos' boots, and he'd say, you know, Kronos is a great frontman and a great singer. I'm just another frontman and another singer, but I feel he did a good job, or a great job. And then Wagner asks him low point, and he says, record-wise for me, Possessed. We were at a pretty bad state with each other in the record company. We were aware we should have been doing better stuff, but we just didn't have the facilities. It was a lot of rush songs, basically filler. Possessed wasn't a good album at all. Calm Before the Storm was a good rock record. We were trying to do something very difficult, get through the first major breakup of the three of us. We wish Primeval would have been the fourth Venom album after At War with Satan. That would have been incredible. So, and I've often heard, you know, I mean, Mantas brings it up numerous times that, like, for him, it should go Welcome to Hell, Black Metal, Primeval, Resurrection. Now, I don't know if I agree fully with that, because I do think At War has some value there, but I kind of
I think At War is better than Resurrection.
But I think from Mantis' perspective, he didn't write almost anything for At War. I think he conceded almost everything to Kronos based on the vibe. So I think I can understand why Mantis feels like I actually got to write some songs and have my voice heard. I get that part a little bit, but I agree. I think, like, I'm a historian, so I love At War for what it is. You know, like, it's still part of that era of, like, the early 80s, like Venom. You know what I mean? So it's still has some specialness, but I get it, what Mantis might be kind of trying to point out, that, like, from a songwriting standpoint, those albums, like, stitched together, you know.
Well, Primeval for 89 is, like, it's still pretty ahead of its. I don't know if it's ahead of it. It's not. I
think it just holds up with everybody. Yeah, I think it holds its own with what, you know, a lot of the bands of that era were doing. I mean, it's got, to me, and again, I know you're a defender of this record, but it's got more gusto than what Maiden were doing around this time, you know?
True. Although Maiden had more records out at this time.
They did. I mean, and no one's going to compare Venom to Maiden. Maiden holds their own. But, you know.
And School Days is kind of like Teacher's Pet Part 2.
There you go. Yeah, it is. It is. Although, wasn't Teacher's Pet a sequel to something already? Is this like a trilogy? I feel like there was another inappropriate Venom song.
Wasn't Teacher's Pet on Black Metal? Yeah,
but wasn't there one on Welcome to Hell that was also inappropriate?
Let me check. Was it teacher related though?
I don't know. I thought maybe there was a teacher trilogy, but I've avoided these questions out of concern for my own reputation, so I don't delve too deeply. But
Poison, Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil.
Maybe that was kind of a little raunchy, wasn't it? I can't remember.
Well, but I mean that's one of my favorite songs on.
Yeah, it's great.
Welcome to Hell.
No, I thought there was another one that was a little more overt, but maybe I'm just, like, you know, kind of equating Teacher's Pet over the, like, multiple things. But
Red Light Fever.
maybe that's, I don't know. I didn't really look at the lyrics too much.
I'm not sure.
I'm probably just crazy. So this has been a lot.
Well, we like to make, ever since Star Wars, you know, trilogies have to be a thing.
It's
even
about.
If they're unintended.
Yeah, you got to stick the landing. You know. I mean, besides Dolan from Atomcraft, they also brought in a guy named Al Barnes on rhythm guitar for this record. Mm-hmm. And they actually experimented with synths and kind of atmospheric guitar effects. And you'll hear this a little bit on the next kind of two songs that we're going to play, which is really a 1-2 punch. I think Blackened Are the Priests and Carnivorous kind of go really well together. They sort of work as this pair with this sort of gothic opening and eerie, kind of mid-pace, moody kind of classic. It actually reminds me of those, like, doomier thrash numbers that, like, Overkill or Testament were pretty good at, you know?
Yeah. Well, and they're in sequence on the album too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It sort of like blends all together and stuff. I love the bass breakdown into that triumphant, like powerful riff at the 3-minute mark. And then I love the way that the sort of song gothically blends into sort of that monster riff that like is Carnivorous. And this is to me where I am Carnivorous, where I hear witchery. Like we're kind of like early witchery sort of land here, the way that you felt on those restless.
Well, and you see the title. It's like, okay, I'm guessing what I think the chorus is going to be, and it's not what I thought the chorus is going to be.
Oh, why is that?
Well, in a good way, like the way he like enunciates Carnivorous.
Yeah, I agree.
Is like a really, it's not what I would expect as like kind of a basic thing. Like it throws the whole timing of the song off in a really good way.
Yeah, I agree. He's a really interesting vocalist. Like I said, more than I would have ever thought had we not done this episode, So I really gained an appreciation of the Tony Dolan stuff. And I even dig some of the stuff he does on like the Venom Inc. stuff, even though I don't listen to those as much. It's like, okay, like at least there's some ideas working here,
Totally.
And I don't know, I was going to bring this up later, but I did delve into like modern Venom, and I wasn't super impressed. I didn't listen to a lot
of the Chrono stuff with the other two dudes.
Yeah, it didn't. I don't know. We can talk about that later when we get to Venom Inc. But I tried to dabble just for comparisons, and something wasn't really hitting for me. But perhaps there are some fans out there that can send me a track or two that is the right stuff to listen to. But we'll get to that later. But so after Primeval, this lineup gets a little spotty, as Mantas will talk about with the Temples of Ice in 1991 and Wastelands in 92. He will even tease kind of the shitty covers that both those have. But
I kind of like the Temples of Ice cover.
I don't mind it. I
like that they have the Venom logo is like being fractured because it's frozen.
Yeah, I agree. Wastelands is truly the bad.
That one's a turd. That looks like something I would have drawn in high school. But Temples of Ice, like it's not. You can't really tell what the fuck it is, so it doesn't bother me as much.
Yeah, I think it's a little. I think they had an idea and it just wasn't executed very well. Yeah.
Well, this is also Music for Nations.
Oh yeah, was it? Okay. Yeah. Originally, no shit. Mm-hmm. I didn't really look at what labels originally put these out. I should have done that, but they also, before we leave Primeval behind, interestingly enough, they covered Megalomania, which doesn't really work, but it's my favorite Sabbath song. So like, that's cool. At least they tried. At least they're not doing an obvious like Sabbath song, And
I don't know if it's ever been covered before.
No, I don't think. Well, it has partially because Motley Crue, Looks at Kill kind of rips off one of the main riffs from Megalomania, but that's a whole other story. But we have one last song, and I saved it for last from Primeval, Harder Than Ever, baby. I can't fucking stop listening to this song, Mark. This is like, it's like Fast as a Shark, like reborn for me. It's got like that, like anthemic kind of quality. It's when Tony screams like hell yeah a couple times throughout it. I'm like, yes, I fucking feel it. Like this is going on like mixes that I just listen to for like pump ups and like in my classroom. Like I want to turn people, like I did not know this song existed on Prime. Like it's like some of the Tony Martin stuff where like I heard it, I was like, fuck, that's a vocal hook I never heard in a Sabbath song before. That's what I hear with Harder Than Ever. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was one, like, it's not the greatest Venom song. It's just fun. It's just like fun and anthemic in a way that like goes back to some of those like early Venom records where you were singing along with everything, Yeah.
It's like, like good thrashy riffs. What is it?
Breaking. I think the solo is really good too. It's amongst Mantas's finest.
Yeah, I've got nice solo. I put tempo is all over. Break into a dirgy section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it's got everything like a good Sabbath song has, but through the lens of Venom, really.
Here's what I wrote about Harder Than Ever. The last statement. This is what I wish Hammerfall sounded like. It's what I kind of want Hammerfall to be, which is like heavy, balls to the wall, but like sing along the whole time. But like they only did that for like kind of half of one record. And unfortunately, that's the legacy of Hammerfall for me. So, which Andreas still claims that newer Hammerfall song is the worst thing we've ever played on Requiem Metal podcast. So,
was that the last? When was that?
That was when we did the Power Metal Nightmare, and I played some Hammerfall, and you go, "Hey, have you heard the new Hammerfall song where they're like quoting a bunch of Swedish metal bands?" And I was like,
"Oh, yeah."
And we played it, and Andreas wrote us a letter. He goes, "That was by far the worst thing you guys have ever played on an episode."
But he still like stood up and was counted when.
Yeah, he was counted for both.
Came down to giving like stepping up.
Yep, indeed. So, but we're going to hear from Dayal Patterson, author of the black metal books and stuff. The
cult is real. The cult.
They're on my shelf. If I look, Evolution of the Cult.
Evolution of the Cult. Okay.
Yeah, there.
Cult is alive as Dark Throne, but
that is. So, but we got a trio of tunes from Primeval. We got Blackened Are the Priests and Carnivorous, and then we have Harder Than Ever, and then we're going to hear a pair of tunes from Temples of Ice on the way out, and we'll talk more about those tunes when we come back. Even in Heaven and Acid, and you'll also hear from Mortiis of Emperor fame one last time as well on the way out. Enjoy.
I think the whole Venom body of work is absolutely worth time, but did it have the same musical and cultural impact? Definitely not. I think, and if I had to have one, if I could only take one album of theirs to Desert Island, it's probably going to be black metal. So I don't know if I want to say they never got as good as black metal, but then again, there's so many of us who would choose that album. Maybe that is and that's a curse of a lot of bands. I think, if you're going to have one Clash album, would it be the final one? For nobody, it would be. It would be one of the first two or three. And there's so many bands like that. I mean, Metallica, Cannibal Corpse, whatever it was, any of those big bands, you don't want to write off the stuff that came later just because of that thing. Oh, I only listened to the first few albums or whatever. So yeah, I do think the later albums are overlooked. I think Venom fans should check out the modern stuff and Venom Inc. because they're kind of both bands. The Kronos incarnation of Venom and Venom Inc. are both definitely putting out stuff in Venom, continuing Venom's legacy. But probably it's fair to say that the later albums are not as consistent. I think I wouldn't say there's like in the early albums, it's hard to find a bad song. And everything's more or less the same. They're all great in a way. And I would say the later songs, I don't think none of their albums are devoid of value, but you could probably start cherry picking. There's the bit more the opposite of what we were talking about earlier. You could probably start cherry picking songs with the later stuff. And Venom's had so many incarnations. There's no member that's on every Venom release. So there's sort of it's a bit like Black Sabbath. There's some stuff is a bit debatable about how Venom is that album.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say I've got all the latest, all the later albums, and they've all got good songs. As I say, they're not all classic songs, but it's hard. I don't think they really want to. I don't think either band wants to recreate what they did on those early albums, and I don't think it would be possible to recreate. I think if you were clever, you could probably recreate, I don't know, the first Emperor album. You could probably come close to that. If you were clever, you could probably recreate early Megadeth, but with early, it's not just about the kind of the context. There's so much accidental chemistry. I think it's just about that. There's so much accidental chemistry on those early albums that you just can't, you can't kind of you can't replicate that. Some of those later lineups didn't quite have the same chemistry. Doesn't mean they're not good, but they don't have that spark. And I suppose that spark, that energy, is probably what's kept us all interested in Venom.
Sure.
It's not technical ability. It's not timing. It's not fantastic recording. Aesthetics or whatever. It's just that sort of spark, and that's tough tough to reproduce. But yeah, I would say that you can look at Venom as a whole, and I think it's important to follow them through and see the different incarnations. You know.
in the pubic soul, feeding on us. Carnivorous. Centuries measured by offerings made and openings made in the soul, stealing the teeth, ripping the flesh, beating the ultimate cow, and making our sacrifice, hoping the Lord of the peace and draining the life. Carnivorous.
I mean, what's important to remember when it comes to me is that I didn't discover Venom until probably 85, maybe it was even 86. And even though I didn't know it at the time, Venom had already developed or progressed quite a lot from the stuff that I was being introduced to, because I heard their first single for the first time in, let's say, 85, or at the latest, it was 86. So we're talking close to Calm Before the Storms. But when it comes to, At War with Satan, I thought that was a very brave album. I mean, it was almost like are you guys listening to strange prog rock music from the 70s or something? Because like one whole side of that madness that they fucking put out there, like for like 17 minutes, you guys are either you have balls of steel or you're completely out of your mind. So it's a very uncommercial sounding record, because at the end of the day, I think one of the differences also between Venom and pretty much anyone else at the time, from that scene, like, at Bathory, Slayer, Hellhammer, was that I feel like they wrote songs. I don't want to bring anybody down by saying Venom wrote songs and you didn't. I mean, it's roll songs, but there's songs like, again, rock and roll stuff with the intro, verse, chorus, intro, maybe a breakdown and a solo, then back into maybe end the whole thing on a high note with another chorus, stuff like that. You didn't really see Hellhammer do that. Or Sodom or Bathory. Maybe Bathory did eventually do that as they became, I guess, more of a band and more into the whole Viking epic stuff. It's been a while since I listened to Bloodfire, Death, and Hammerheart, those records. So I'm not going to say too much about that, but well, that was a thing about Venom. Like I said about War with Satan, I thought that was a very brave album, and I thought it had some good stuff on it. And there were some singles around that record. I believe Manitou came out around that album, which is another fucking fantastic song. And that was also another strange thing with Venom that was very unique to them, and I've never seen anyone else really do it. Was they put out these exclusive songs through singles. And a lot of times they were better songs than pretty much anything that was on the album. So that was another strange decision. But it's very cool because it makes those singles very collectible. Yeah, you got Die Hard, Bloodlust, Manitou, Nightmare, stuff like that. So yeah, and I even did like stuff from the Possessed album. I mean, I had to backtrack, of course, when I got into Venom for real. I had, those records were already quite old. So it wasn't like Possessed had just come out. It was already a couple of years old by the time I started buying Venom albums, But at the time, I just loved everything by them. And I remember we were waiting for Calm Before the Storm to come out. It was kind of getting hyped up a bit, like, fuck, it's another Venom album. It's going to be crazy again. And then it came out, and it's like it's Kronos trying to sing to sound melodic, which is like he doesn't really have the voice. He's got a guttural fucking bastard of a voice, and you can't beat him at that game. But I guess they wanted to progress. It's understandable. But when I was like about 12 or 13 when it came out, I didn't quite. It was a bit like South of Heaven with Slayer when that came out. You went from Raining Blood to that. In terms of ferocity and brutality, but retrospectively, they're just progressing. So I completely see that today. But when you're a young teenager, you kind of go, "Oh, this doesn't sound like black metal. It doesn't sound like Rain in Blood, or Show No Mercy or Hell Awaits or whatever, But I was a pretty narrow-minded little bastard, though. I gotta admit that. So, but I don't think necessarily that albums like Calm Before the Storm stood the test of time anywhere near as well as anything that did before that. I still like Possessed. I know. I mean, I've talked to friends of mine that are even older that were like in line at the record store because they wanted to get a copy of Possessed when it came out. It was like really hyped up record. And that was the time when all those Assault albums started coming out. So they were kind of like, there must have been a sense of Venom being huge at the time. The Hell at Hammersmith stuff was coming out, all the videos, all the compilations. There's a shitload of Venom stuff coming out like around 85. So they must have come across as a massive fucking band, And so I guess it's always hard to live up to a hype that is just too big. I think maybe, a lot of old school fans, like older than me, that's the way I think they feel about Possessed. Like it didn't quite capture what what Venom used to be. But I mean, fucking great cover. I think it gets creative. They like turn like a negative and inverted like some photos, and so that looks kind of creepy. That's pretty cool. Amazing photo session on the back. They always had really good photo sessions, and they still had amazing photos by 85. I appreciate the visual stuff. You
just heard Acid and Even in Heaven from the Temples of Ice record from 1991, and then a trio of tunes from 1989's Primeval. We heard Harder Than Ever, and then we started off with Blackened Are the Priests going into Carnivorous. And then we just heard from Mortiis for the final time. So again, thank you to all of the great contributors. I don't know if you saw, Mark, I think we talked, I might have mentioned it last episode, but I think it was the first Venom. Midnight shared it on their like Facebook post, and it had like 3,000 likes. Our episode. I was like, holy shit. So I'm hoping
it reflect into our numbers.
Yeah, I don't know. So, at least, maybe if like 1 out of every 5 people like check it out or something like that, might get us some new people kind of checking, who knows? So this is like Venom, they're kind of a grower. So probably, it's
a grower, not a shower.
Grower, not a shower. Yeah. But yeah, those last 2 tunes, Even in Heaven, I said, all is good in heaven. It's kind of the chorus there. I love the atmosphere in this tune, mixed with kind of the killer Mantas solo, and one of, I think, Dolan's best moments. His fucking killer bass solo in that song is really kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Really nice, kind of folky acoustic breakdown, kind of mixed with like a future, almost like R&R Bewitched, almost like riff kind of going in there, which is really like recycled Bathory Venom anyways, but it's just kind of interesting that I can, maybe it's the production that I kind of hear it, kind of going in that direction a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then Acid, I just said, Wild Beginning, I said they're getting in on the hip hop craze like Anthrax before they go pure metal fashion mad.
Yeah. The early, like the keyboard thing, it sounds like a demo.
Yeah.
Like when you used to like, I don't know if you've ever had a keyboard or gone to a music shop, but you go in and it's like the Wesley Willis thing that do. Like there was like the demo things where you could do like bossa nova or whatever different type of things on it.
Yeah.
And this just seems like a keyboard, even on Primeval, there's a lot of the, goofy kind of keyboardy stuff as well.
Effects and
the
things
intro
like that.
and effects. And
yeah. It was the 80s after all.
It's an interesting time, a lot of tumultuous things happening.
Well, the rest of Acid, I kind of dig the like New York thrash kind of bass driven style of the rest of the song. It's like,
it's a ripper.
It's in that kind of line. But Temples of Ice is a record that I appreciated a little bit more. It's not one I'm going to pull out very often, but now I can like say like, yeah, I like parts of it. It works. I think if anything, that's maybe what this has done is like the Primeval kind of to Wastelands era has some interesting things kind of going on.
Yeah.
But I wrote, so after the underrated Temples, there's one last mission with this lineup, the slightly more uneven Wastelands, and its infamously terrible cover. This is also the first time with Steve White on additional guitar, the War Machine, who also came from Adam Kraft, along with Tony Dolan.
Oh,
and then they bring in another guy or girl, as they're now known, VXS on keyboards. And this is Hannah Young, and they were an electronic duo, and they traded the synths on Temples of Ice or on Wasteland, for free studio time. So they agreed to do synth work for the band for free studio time. So, it's and you get kind of a healthy dose of her efforts throughout this tune of Curse, the first song we're going to hear in the next set of music here. But it's interesting. I can hear some kind of parallel pathways for Venom in this era as you would for like early 90s, like kind of Dio, Tony Martin, Sabbath, where they're kind of adding a lot more keyboard and effects and things like that. Like think of Dehumanizer and think about the Hand That Rocked, or not the Hand That Rocked. What's the name of that record after Dehumanizer? Not Forbidden, the one in between. Why can't I think about it? The hell's that record? It came out in 93, 94.
Who's singing on it?
It's the last Tony. Oh no, Tony Martin's last one's Forbidden. It's the one right before Forbidden. I can picture the cover, the whole thing. It's got the song "The Hand That Rocked the Cradle" on it. That's why I thought of that.
Is that the Ree Gillen one?
Nope. No. Ray Gillen one's the one that got re-recorded in '87.
Idol.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking Tragic Idol. That's PL. It's Eternal Idol.
Eternal Idol. Yeah, but I'm trying to think. Anyways, but that record had like a lot of like kind of keyboardy, moody pieces on it and stuff. So did Dehumanizer. That just seems to be kind of in the air, and I don't know what that was. It was kind of going on at the time, but like Cursed that we're going to hear from Wastelands here, really interesting song. I mean, it's like it's an interesting time for veteran bands. 1992, first of all, like a lot of the veteran bands are kind of they don't really know what to do. Thrash bands at that point are shedding a lot of their preconceptions, and Venom, and I guess, is no different. I mean,
okay, what's Dehumanizer?
What's the record after Dehumanizer?
After Dehumanizer is
that's where Martin comes back.
Cross Purposes.
That's the one. Yeah. So Cross Purposes is like,
but is that a live record?
No. It's got Hand Across the Cradle. It's an interesting. It's a weird. There's a lot of moods on that record. It's a very 1993-94 mainstream metal record. It just doesn't. That's why I like it. It doesn't quite know what it wants to be. But
did the movie The Hand That Rocks the Cradle came out the same year, didn't it?
That actually
or the year before,
like 92 or 91.
Okay, because this like song title wise, this felt like Steve Harris helmed non-Bruce Dickinson album.
There's a lot of pop culture references. I remember that. Yeah. But Cross Purposes, when we did the Tony Martin episode, that one held up pretty well for me. Better than I thought.
I like most of those records, but
yeah, for sure. But I don't know, like, what did you write for Cursed? Because I wrote like this is like a 8-minute doom metal song. I mean, it has more in common with like mid-period like Candlemass than it does like fucking Bathory or any of the stuff like that.
Put Serpentine Riff into Chug into a Prague Daycare. I don't really know what that means.
I like that. Like progressive daycare. I wonder what that might be.
Trying something new. I was like, okay, that's cool. I don't know if Prague Daycare was, being derogatory or not, but.
So like you throw the kids, like these little children, into like complicated playground equipment, and you're like, you must pass test of metal.
Yeah, here's some Brian Eno equipment. Like, go fuck around with it.
Good luck with this. It's fucking awesome. I love that. Fucking Prague Daycare. So just picture like a bunch of like bald-headed like Phil Collins children. You know what I mean? Like almost like Winston Churchill babies, but it's a bunch of like, what was the fucking Genesis where they had the puppets from that one?
From Spitting Image, like the Fred Willard thing. Was it Land of Confusion?
Yeah, picture a fucking bunch of like children at the playground looking like Phil Collins, Land of Confusion.
Oh man, I love that. I saw that stuff before that video came out, and I was like, oh my god, it's Spitting Image. It's like the DC Follies was the show.
It was
like late night with Fred Willard was the bartender, and like anytime like when two of my worlds can come together was always interesting.
Oh, it was mind blowing, especially when you're back in that era, because you kind of question the things you like because it seems like nobody else likes them, and so when something gets affirmed, it's like, what the fuck?
And then when like Cannibal Corpse shows up in Ace Ventura or something, you're like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
Or Alice Cooper's in the Muppets. Like, oh, cool, man.
Exactly. But yeah, it's just a really fascinating tune. It's just something like they don't really return back to this well. It's interesting, And then the tune Wolverine, we're gonna hear a pair of tunes from Wastelands. I just said kind of as like a countdown to extinction. Speaking of Megadeth, kind of catchy feeling mixed with a little bit of like Exodus Chemical tendencies.
Okay. Yeah.
I dig the middle solo section. It's kind of got early.
It's almost got a like a Tony Iommi guitar interlude in the center.
Okay. Yeah. I also hear a little bit of like speaking of Prague playgrounds, Prague
Daycare.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Prague Daycare. Like Persistence of Time, like Anthrax, where they're doing a little bit more kind of proggy type stuff there, but great bass work all throughout. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I come away with like Tony Dolan becomes like a centerpiece of like the band in terms of his musicianship. It's I don't know. Do you have like a feeling between Wastelands or their Temples? I mean, I'm kind of more of a Temples guy.
I think Temples is is better in general, but there's interesting stuff on each one of them.
Yeah. And maybe for people listening to this is like the first time you're discovering these records. And that's the thing, like cherry pick some stuff and put some things together and, like just appreciate that probably what you've heard about these Venom records is not quite what they are, I guess.
True. I mean, like the same thing with like when I was a kid, like if it wasn't Ozzy Sabbath, it sucked.
Yeah.
And then when I heard like Dio and I was like, Dio Sabbath, I was like, holy shit.
And then
when I heard
Martin stuff,
Ian Gillan's Sabbath stuff and all of it, I love every era of Sabbath. There's definitely, I probably wouldn't have liked the Martin stuff as much if I wasn't like a lifelong metal fan or whatever. But but I just like Iommi's written so many incredible riffs. Like even the solo, he did a solo thing with Glenn Hughes.
Oh yeah,
the Seventh Star thing.
Seventh Star, yeah.
It's fucking great. Like I can't believe how many good riffs this guy's fucking come up with in his life just because he lost his tips of his fingers. Yep. It's incredible how much good stuff there is and how much he can keep this thing, going. So,
well, I think on some parallel too, like what I've gained from especially part 3 is how like Mantas is like the linchpin. Like everything that he's on, even if like not every song is great, but if his ideas come to the surface, like he's a really great songwriter. And not to say that Kronos isn't, and even Mantas gives Kronos credit for some great songs, but like he's the ingredient you need because clearly they're fine with just Tony Dolan. Like I love Kronos. I love Kronos.
I think that Kronos' songwriting, I think his Kronos excels at his, especially in the first couple of records, his like the vocal patterns and lyrics were just, you couldn't fuck with those. They were unbelievable. But what Mantas does is he doesn't like assert himself so much where somebody else can't come in and help the song become better.
For sure.
Like he lays down this like just an incredible solid like foundation, and then other people can come in and kind of, make it even better. But I think Kronos' stuff is so singular to him that it doesn't often transcend outside. If it's good, it's really good. If it's not good, it's fucking terrible.
Well, I think too, like with, in looking at say stuff like Calm Before the Storm or the Venom post-resurrection stuff without Mantas, that stuff is the stuff that's the weakest. And so to me, Kronos needs Mantas. Mantas
I think so.
Doesn't necessarily need Kronos. And so if you're like looking at the algebraic equation, again, I fucking love Kronos. Don't get me wrong. I don't need hate letters or anything like that. But like, if you're looking at that balance, what Venom Inc. has shown is like, we can do this without you, dude.
Yeah.
And, like, and that's a tough pill. I'm sure that's hard for Kronos to swallow. And he's going to definitely have his own POV and he's welcome to it, but it's a complicated relationship between those two, and I'll let Mantas tell his story and other people can kind of weigh in on that. But it's
because there's not often like I still, even when say Dickinson wasn't in Maiden, there were still good Maiden records. The first 2 records, are fantastic. I love X Factor. I think Virtual 11's a turd.
Yep.
But I think that, without that, ingredient that made it even that much more great, which was Dickinson.
Yeah.
They still had some great shit. But
for sure.
I think with, in the context of Venom, it was still like, it didn't go the other way. Cause I love Dickinson's solo work as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even like Balls to Picasso, I think is good.
I haven't listened to the Mantas solo stuff. I'm curious if I think I'd probably dig it. I just never really.
I've never really given it much time. Yeah.
So, but I guess we got to table that discussion for a moment because after all this, all's quiet in the Venom front until you'll hear Mantas tell his story in full. And May 25th, 1996, the original trio reform for the Dynamo Festival. And the Cast in Stone revival. And so the original 3 are kind of thrown back together 5 years after the Wastelands. And, I have thoughts on this, but I think Mantas tells the story very well. You know, it's complicated. So I'm going to kind of let him, but this is obviously the era that, you know, you and I have alluded to where we meet for the first time and
this is our origin story. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, this is the Milwaukee Metal Fest and comeback record. And I guess in hindsight, when you go back and revisit Cast in Stone, like, I think I agree with Mantas a lot that it's over long. It probably could have been cut and trimmed up a bit, but I think
this was the era too of, you know, 50-minute records, 70-minute records.
Let's fill an 80-minute CD because why not?
Yeah, that's because this is really the era of the CD.
Yeah, 97, 98.
Cast in Stone, I don't believe ever came out on vinyl.
Oh, really? Okay, still
at least not. Maybe it's not a record where I'm nostalgic where I'd want to buy it on vinyl. I've got this is the first Venom record I was serviced as a quote unquote journalist. And I still have I've got a set of slides of all the, you know, pictures of them doing it like in front of fucking some type of, I don't think is it some like rock formation? It's not like Stonehenge, but it's like a similar kind of deal where they're all in like blousy shirts and it was a big deal. I mean, this was like how many years after? Like 12 years after black metal.
Yeah, and then the last time they were together was 85, so it's a full 12 years after Possessed, you know. So
shit, yeah. I mean, it was a big deal, and that's the first time I ever saw him was the original lineup. So
yeah, it's cool. I mean, I guess it's the only time I've seen them because I didn't see Venom Inc. But
yeah, I've seen Kronos at MDF without anybody else.
Oh yeah,
it's missing a little bit of something.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt like listening to like the songs on that. But yeah, I know it's got some killer tunes. You know, I mean, the handful, the trio we're gonna sort of play, I think, are all pretty good tunes. You know, Kings of Evil, kind of moody, dramatic. It's got like kind of a, you know, they're clearly trying to go back and capture the energy of Welcome to Hell and black metal. I mean, you know, this is the first record where they're making it in the aftermath of the explosion of Norwegian black metal, right? So like on some level, they're self-aware of the influence they've now had on this whole other thing that they never really planned for. Like they knew the Metallica Slayer thing and maybe even like early death metal, but like I don't think they really foresaw what was about to take place in like Europe, you know.
No, but I think they're doing something similar to like what Testament was doing, where they were actually like taking modern bands and like, okay, we're going to take some of this and bring it into it. Because there's like some almost death metal vocals. There's like some blasty shit that's happening on Cast in Stone. It's definitely like, it's like a postmodern Venom record where they understand what has come after that's more relevant than they are at the time.
Yeah, it's got that sharp late 90s crunch production that was kind of, I think at the time I dug because it was whatever was happening, but in hindsight,
still not a great production.
it doesn't always, you know, it's like, it's kind of like the album covers in the late 90s. Like they were messing with technology they didn't quite understand and master yet. And it's like, it's like George Lucas with CGI in like episode 1. You're like, ooh, I know what you're trying to do, but ooh, you know, I don't know, but it's, you know, songs like Kings of Evil, it's kind of stripped back to that early 80s kind of style. Like you said, it's postmodern Venom, you know. Destroyed and Damned, I thought this was one of my favorite tunes on the record. You know, kind of keeps it eerie, creepy atmosphere. I mean,
it's Metallica Sanitarium.
Okay, yeah, I even thought like, yeah, that's good. I mean, I'd say it's very.
I think Mantas is doing some vocals too.
Really?
He's doing like, I think he's doing the chanting vocals before the full, you know, thing comes in. Because he's credited as backing vocals and, you know, and guitar.
Yeah, that would make sense.
On the record.
But yeah, that barbaric heaviness that comes in after that, like real atmospheric part. You said Sanitarium. For some reason I wrote Anathema. I was kind of getting like that sort of vibe a little.
Oh, okay. It's similar. But then, it turns into a fucking chug fest.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's an effective, updated, I guess, Venom tune. It's not like, again,
I didn't hate when the record came out. I was kind of stoked.
I think it's,
you know, it was on Steam Hammer.
Yeah, SPD.
I don't remember how I got service through them, but this is like the year after I was working at Relapse, so maybe I had some extra connections or something.
But,
but this was like fucking big deal, man. This is like. This I can't. I'm trying to think of like an equivalent of this, but it's almost like when Dio and Sabbath were going out together or something. This was for underground metal. This was a big deal.
The only thing I can equate in this sort of era, and it happened like 8-9 years later, is like the reformation of Celtic Frost and the release of that final record, and like it blew. I mean, that record compared to Cast in Stone is tremendously better,
Yes.
But like, it was like, oh shit, like these guys are back. And like, not only that, but they're fierce. And the thing is Venom were back and they were pretty fucking fierce for 97. I mean, they were
absolutely, for
being older dudes, they were doing okay for themselves.
Well, they're in their 30s.
Yeah. But we thought they were fucking old, right? That's the crazy part.
Yeah, we were in our early 20s.
Here I'm 44 and I think I'm young, I saw a meme the other day.
48, and I think I'm young.
I saw a meme the other day about Jaws, and it says, the scariest part of Jaws is how old the fucking mom of the little boy who gets fucking eaten looks in the movie. They're like, that old
lady was too
6-year-old. She looks like she's fucking 60.
She was too old then too.
I know that.
That was a casting error.
But like old movies had that a lot, like where you thought somebody over 40 was like fucking old, especially women. I get
absolutely
why they fell into a lot of the negative stereotyping of like older actresses or whatever. But like just that's so fucking funny because it never really occurred to me like consciously, but subconsciously, I think I always was like, man, that lady's fucking old to like have like a little 6-year-old or whatever.
Well, she had like visibly like gray hair.
I know.
And that like now that wouldn't be a big deal. Like somebody like a mother in their 40s having a kid.
For sure. Yeah.
But in, fucking 75, that was kind of unheard of.
I know. Unless you're Steve Martin, you're not allowed to have fucking white silver hair that young, Well,
so. Most people would have dyed their hair, but he was iconic.
He's a classy gentleman. Yeah. He's a classy gentleman. And then we get Raised in Hell, which one of Mantas's greatest opening riffs. I mean,
it's a classic Venom riff.
Yeah. And the song is actually written, in my opinion, for like the live setting. It's almost like their Toxic Waltz, right? Yeah. It's just like pure channelong fucking energy. I love like the fucking cracked vocals. I don't know if it's Kronos or not, but it almost sounds like early Tom Araya screams.
Well, where he's doing
like cracking a little bit.
Even like the Raised in Hell, like it's a really weird.
And then he does those like fucking Araya screams that you heard on like Halloween and things like that are like out of tune.
Some interesting choices.
Yeah, they're definitely trying things, and I give them credit. They seem to kind of come out the gate with a lot of energy, and that's what Cast in Stone is, but it's a lot of songs, So like,
it's kind of too much, and they like re-recorded half their. Yeah. They do like Bloodlust, Die Hard, Acid Queen, Bursting Out, Warhead, Lady Lust, Manitou, Rip Ride, and Venom on the second disc.
I have not put that second disc on since like 1997. I need to put that on. I did not. Did you before this?
I listened to a couple. I mean, that's the thing is it's 31:51. Like that's a good length for the record.
Okay.
Cast in Stone is 54 minutes.
Okay.
It's got 14 songs.
Yeah.
Let's see how many are like long. None of them are that long, to be honest. Like the longest one's 5.
They just all kind of blend.
Oh, no. Destroyed and Damned is 6:49.
Yeah, that's kind of it's got the epic sanitarium thing going for it. That's
but like the longest other one is like 5:07 was the last song, Swarm.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the era of like, Maiden doing, 60-minute records.
Well, like Load and Reload were both fucking like,
way too long
shit and stuff like that. So, so we're gonna hear this, a nice little set of music here. We got the pair of tunes from Wastelands that we aforementioned. We're here several times from Mantas because this is probably where Key and I talked like the longest about the reunion, how it came about, the Dynamo tour, prepping for it, the aftermath of Cast in Stone. So you're gonna hear a lot of storytelling from Mantas, but we're gonna split it into a couple different parts so you get some musical breaks in between. So we've got Cursed and Wolverine from the Wastelands, then we got Kings of Evil, Destroyed and Damned, and Raised in Hell from Cast in Stone.
The whole Cast in Stone going into Resurrection era, there's a lot to be told about that period of time. And I do go into it in detail in my book. I'm just absolutely straightforward and honest with the whole thing. I mean, when the original lineup got back together, and I mean, I don't know if I mentioned this on the last one, but I was fully sort of into my martial arts gym and everything at that point. You know, I was running that in Newcastle City Centre. And then I got a call about this reunion, and I was just like, I mean, the first meeting we had was in a rock bar called Trillions. And it was literally just up the road from where my gym was. So I took time out from teaching to go up and have this meeting. And I remember walking into the bar, and it was in the afternoon, and Conrad was already sitting there, you know. So I walked over, and this was the first time we had seen each other for a long time, you know. So there was a sort of tentative handshake and a hello. And I remember saying to him that, you know, says, you know, I've just come here to say no. I want to see what the bullshit is, but I'm not doing it. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like, you know, so don't expect anything, because I'm not doing it. And that is exactly what I said, you know, after all the talk and everything. You know, it was, you know, the management and Abaddon together, they sort of knew how to push the buttons, let's put it that way. And they knew that I loved the big festivals, the big stages and all that. I still do. I love that side of it. You know, if I can play a huge festival over, you know, playing 10 clubs in a row, I'll play the huge festival. You know, I just love that stuff. The clubs are great to be in and, you know, get that close to the audience. But I love those festival vibes, you know. But anyway, you know, it was Dynamo Festival. Andre Verheysen was involved as well. And, you know, I just said no. It was like, no, I'm not interested. And then it was like, you know, they just kept going and going and going and going and going. Eventually we had more talks. And we sort of agreed, okay, then let's go for it. And this was going to be the Dynamo Festival 1996. And before that, we played the Waldrock Festival as a warm-up in 1995, and Machine Head were direct support at that show. We had an amazing reception. People say that the Waldrock Festival show, even though it was the first show of the original lineup back together, there's a lot of people say that that was the best show that we did. Not in my opinion. The best show we did was the Metal Invader Festival, which was in Athens after Dynamo. That was incredible. But even the Dynamo Festival, it was fraught with problems, and it was, you know, Kronos would say he was going to do it, then he wasn't going to do it, then he would do it, then he wouldn't do it. And I remember being in the management office one day, and the three of us were sitting around. The manager was there, secretary was sitting in the corner. And there was just this argument going on, and Abaddon actually stood up at one point and went, right, that's it. It's off. Conrad, just fuck off. Just go. And that was it. You know, I distinctly remember Conrad picked up his sports bag and he walked past me, he looked at me and he sort of nodded and said, adios, amigo. So the door shut. We sat in the office. And I was like, well, I guess that's that, you know. So, and this was before the Dynamo Festival, you know. This was right early on in the proceedings. So anyway, I got in the car and went home. It was a few hours later, I got a phone call to say it was back on again, you know. So it was, you know, there was all these games and head games getting played all the time, and you know, this power struggle going on all the time. It was just, oh fucking hell. But anyway, we did the festival. We did the Dynamo Festival, and you know, I've got this Patreon, which is I've put on suspension at the moment because I'm so busy. I haven't got time to create any more content. But I did it solid for 18 months. Anybody who wants to sign up, if they sign up, they'll probably get to see all the stuff that's there anyway. But I was looking at old video footage, VHS footage. And I found a load of footage from that period of time, from the reunion period. And Some of it nearly, I mean, I've got to be honest, and some of it, you'd say, some of it nearly brought me to tears, because I was looking at this thing, and it was the first time we went to a warehouse, and that was the first time we saw the stage that we were going to use for Dynamo. And it was this huge fucking scaffolding construction, it was totally impractical. As, for us, that's perfect, anything that doesn't work properly, give it to Venom, but it was totally impractical. It weighed a fucking ton, but it looked great. So we were in this warehouse, and I was watching this video footage, and there was 3 guys there laughing and just smiling and taking the absolute piss out of each other and just having a great time. I mean, way back in the day, there used to be this thing with me and Abaddon where, he would be fucking spitting water on me from behind the drum kit and all that. And I remember getting my roadie to go over to him one night mid-song with a litre carton of orange juice and just burst the whole thing over his head as he was playing. And so he was up on the drum riser, just deciding where he was going to spit from to get me, and then we were running backwards. It was like 3 kids just in a playground, And I was watching this footage, and I was like, "Fuck, where did that go?" Really, really, where the fuck did that go? This, and I've said for so long, the fame, the success, it killed the friendship. It really did, And when you look at stuff like that, and there's the evidence there of those 3 guys, and you've got to remember as well that this was, as long as this was, I mean, Eric Cook, our manager, he came along to the first meeting that I had with Abaddon, who Abaddon brought along Eric Cook with him, and a guy called Clive Archer, who became our first singer. So it was all friends and friends of friends. And it was my girlfriend's uncle who became my guitar tech. And it was Conrad's best friend who became his bass tech. Abaddon's brother was his drum tech. It was a complete in-house thing. And it always was. It was always that, those sort of, friends from Newcastle, these Geordies who were, taking on the world, that kind of thing, But like I say, that whole period, I mean, I read an interview not so long ago with Kronos, where he's going on about the original lineup reunion, this particular period that I'm talking about. And he was like, yeah, well, it wasn't received very well. And, that's why I don't have anything to do with those guys anymore. It's like, you lying motherfucker. That was very well received. Very well received. The gigs were well received. I remember reading reviews saying, fuck me, Venom are back and they're better than ever. And the chaos is still there, fucking hell. And he was having a whale of a time once we got into it. I know that for a fact. But that's him. That's his justification of why he's doing what he's doing now. He's constantly got to justify his position in it. And it's like, oh, yeah, whatever, mate. It's like, you're just talking shit yet again.
Saints and sinners, losers, winners, crucified, deicide, propaganda, penetrate, kicking and screaming, love and hate. Human weakness, deadly sins, Demi-Monday, Bloody Sunday, undeniable, unpredictable, accursed, walking dead, kings of evil. Kings of evil! Kings of evil! Lords of hate! Kings of kicking and screaming! Fallen angels, left hand path, lost and rare, double died, profligate, temptation, degenerate, kings of evil. Kings of evil! Kings of evil! Lords of hate! Kings of evil! Lords of pain! Kings of evil! Lords of death! Kings of evil! Gods of hell! Kings of evil! Gods of thunder! Kings of evil!
Yeah, I mean, the Milwaukee Metal Fest, you know, I mean, like I say, for me, the best show was Athens, the Metal Invader concert that we did there. From stepping off the plane in Athens, I remember my guitar tech saying to me, "Are you ready?" I was like, "What for?" He went, "These fuckers are crazy. We'd never played in Greece before." I was like, "Yeah, whatever, you know." And the fucking doors opened at arrivals, and all we heard was Venom, Venom, Venom. Like, holy shit, what's going on here, you know? And I mean, we had people following the car back to the hotel. There was fans all over the place. So yeah, it wasn't very well received at all, was it? You know, fucking hell, man. That gig was amazing. It was incredible. You know, they had their own pyro show in the audience. They had flares and all kinds of stuff, you know. And of course, another thing that brought about the album Cast in Stone was we were rehearsing in Abaddon and Eric had purchased this recording studio, which used to belong to Brian Johnson from AC/DC. So anyway, they had this recording studio, and we sort of recorded the Dynamo 96 CD there. We had recorded Primeval and Temples of Ice, Wastelands there. So we were rehearsing there for the reunion shows, you know, and that was before we then rehearsed on the stage, and we actually rehearsed at the Mayfair Rock Club in Newcastle, which was the only place big enough to put the stage in. We put it on the dance floor and rehearsed there, which was a bit of an iconic moment, you know, rehearsing actually in the Mayfair where everybody's played, you know. I've seen everybody at the Mayfair. So yeah, we were rehearsing one day, and I had plugged in, and I'm bashing out this riff, and Conrad came in, and he was like, "Oh, it's cool riff. What is it?" You know, and I was like, just something I'm messing about with, you know. And typical of him, he just went, "Oh, keep going, you know." So I just kept going round and round this riff, and he always carried a folder with him, which was just full of lyrics and ideas and sketchpad notes and stuff, you know. So he pulled this sheet of paper out, and he's furiously going through a few bits, and he went, "Right, keep going, mate," and all that. And as I was playing, he started going, "I am the evil one, the tempter, sinner, man. All hail Leviathan," and all that. I was like, "Whoa, yeah, they're great." So the evil one was born right at that moment, you know, and we decided to finish the track off. So I finished the rest of the music. Conrad finished all the lyrics. We rehearsed it, and it was, I believe, it was premiered at the Dynamo Festival. And it was sort of off the back of that, and off the back of Eric Cook knowing a guy called Rainer Hansel, who was with SPV Records at the time. He was a division of SPV, I believe, called Steamhammer. And then we got the offer, a 3-album deal. And it was like, oh, right. And to be brutally honest, that's when everything fell apart, you know, because the issue of publishing came in. Now, on the publishing side, i.e. the songwriting side, myself and Conrad had a meeting with Eric Cook after Black Metal. And we said, we need to take Abaddon's name off the songs. He does not write, and he has never written of it. I'm sorry to have to say this. He has never written at all for Venom. You know, yes, he's come up with drum beats, you know, like a Warhead for In League with Satan. He did dum 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 dum, all that kind of stuff. Yep, okay, then you did that, but you didn't write the fucking songs. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but you didn't write songs. So myself and Conrad had said this to Eric, and that's when you'll notice, if you're a collector, you will then go and look at your At War with Satan album, Possessed. Then you'll see Lantern Dun instead of Lantern Bray. Mm-hmm. And then myself and Conrad even agreed with each other. If you write, it's your name. If I write, it's my name. If we both write, it's both our names, which is fair. At the end of the day, it's fair. I used to do this thing called Rock School. I think I might have mentioned it, right? Now, when I did this thing, it was like a 3-month course for kids to come in and learn a musical instrument. We used to put them into bands. They used to play rock songs, and then they would get a gig at the O2 Academy. It was great to see the confidence in these kids evolve and all that kind of stuff. And we used to do like an original week where they would get the chance to write their own songs. And I got the job of guiding them through how to write and all this kind of thing. And then the organizer of the whole thing, I was running the courses, and I was the lead guitar tutor. But he also said, he says, do you fancy, as part of the course, giving them a talk about the music industry? I was like, well, yeah. Uh-huh. And I always remember after a show that we had done, one of the parents came over to me and said, "Oh, I just want to shake your hand. Thank you so much." I mean, I can't remember his name now, but says, oh, he loves this and he's come so far and we're going to support him all the time. You know, you'll see we bought him a new guitar. I know, yeah, bought him a new guitar. It's great, yeah. What else can we do? We really want to help him in his music career. I turned around and I said, get him a lawyer. I said, it's sad thing to say. I've always said music business, the music business, music and business. Those two words don't belong in the same sentence. I love music. I hate the business side of it, and that is another thing that, getting back to what I was saying about the songwriting with Venom, which probably drove a wedge somewhere down the line. But I also used to say to the kids, when you start a band, it's all for one, one for all, everybody's against the world. Great. Look 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, maybe just look 6 months down the line when you have your first band argument, right? And then all of a sudden you have that one song which is mega successful. And the guy who wrote it is going, wow, wow, wow. And the guy who never did anything at all apart from turn up drunk gets the same royalty check. That's where I have a problem with it. That's where I have a problem, So that was one of the issues with Casting Stone straight away, was the publishing. That is why Abaddon has 2 tracks on Casting Stone, Domus Monday and Swarm. Now, if you look at his album, his solo album that he did called I Am Legion, those 2 tracks are also on that solo album under different names.
Soul as mist and dust, old bone powder and crush.
were created, put together by Kev Ridley and Trev Sewell. They were the sort of engineering brains behind it. Right now, there's going to be another part where this thing comes up again when we get to Resurrection. Right, so straight away with the Cast in Stone thing, there was an issue, you know. So he fought to get these two songs on, and I remember being in the studio listening to the playback of one of them. I can't remember which one it was. And Abaddon actually came in. He stood there in the studio, nodded for a little while, and this was a studio that him and Eric had at this particular. There's a lot to go. This could be a day. This could be a day-long interview. I'm telling you. That's why I've went into detail in the book. But he came in. He was like, "Oh, it's sounding great," you know. And I was sitting there with my guitar, and I looked at Kev Ridley, the engineer, and Abaddon just walked off. Yeah, he was never at the studio. If he didn't have to be there, he wouldn't be there. Like, right, okay. So I'm looking at Kev, and I went, so "What do you want us to do?" He went, "Just play something." I don't know. He says, "Just make up a riff or something." So you're fucking joking. So I was like, right, okay. So we just we looped the song, and I just jammed, and we recorded a few things, and I went, yeah, we'll take some of this, we'll take some of that. And that's how the guitar parts for those two songs came around. Now the big problem was with Cast in Stone. I'll be as brief as I can with this one. We rehearsed our Cast in Stone at a separate studio. And one day Conrad brought down his little Fostex recorder. So it was a little cassette, single mic, put it in the middle of the room, and we recorded everything that we did that day. And from there, Conrad took that home and he roughly replaced vocals on it. And then I went down to his house and roughly replaced guitars on it. So it was all on this cassette to cassette. So you can imagine the degradation, it was, but we had very rough but audible demos. So I got a cassette, Conrad got a cassette, Abaddon got a cassette, and Kev Ridley, the engineer, got a cassette. So we could all familiarize ourselves, practice, and know what was going on. So when we hit the studio, we were ready. Studio time comes. We get in. and I'm just checking my guitar sound. Abaddon's in the drum booth, and I kick into a track that Conrad wrote called Old Devil's Eve. So I'm playing the riff, and I'm going through the song, I'm going through the bridge, I'm going through the chorus, just playing it, nothing else going on around me. And then Abaddon joins in. So I'm like, all right, cool. So we're jamming, right? Go to the bridge. He doesn't change. Right, okay. Go to the chorus. He doesn't change. Right, okay. I go to the solo pattern. He doesn't change. I'm thinking, he doesn't know what I'm playing. Comes to the recording, and basically the actual recording of that album was a fucking abortion. It came to a point where Conrad would stand in front of the drum booth with a mic directly into his headphones. Right, we're coming up to the chorus. Right, ready, 2, 3, 4. The same when it came to my songs. We had a hilarious incident one night because there's so much more I could tell you, so much more. But we're recording this night, and this is the second time we're recording the album, because the first time it went to Germany, it wasn't a good reaction. Let's put it that way. So we recorded again, and we made Abaddon play to the click this time. Right. There was actually one night where I was sitting in the first recording of the album. I was sitting with Kev Ridley late one night, and I just rolled the volume off my guitar and stopped. And Kev turned around. He went, "Is there a problem?" I went, Yeah, there is actually. I says, "What the fuck am I doing this for? This is absolute shit. I can't keep time with this. I don't know. I'm trying to track guitars." And, Kev was just like, "Well, I know. Do you want to finish for the night?" And that particular night, I was giving Kev a ride home in my car, and we were talking about it on the way back. And even Kev had said, if this album goes out the way it is, I don't want my name on it because I'll never fucking work again. I was like, I know what you mean. So anyway, we come to the second time round to record it. And like I say, there's so much more. You just have to wait for the book. We're recording one night and we're playing to the click. And Kev stopped the recording and says, "Oh, can you just come in? So come in. He went, yeah, just drifting off the click." And he was like, I'm not. I was like, "Yeah, we'll go." So everybody's looking at each other going, fuck it, no, we've heard this one before. Yeah, we'll go. So we're playing, and the bum, and Kev punches the click in. So we're all just sitting there going, there, yeah. He actually turned around and said, "Rewind that." So we rewound it. Click, 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 beep, boop, 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 beep, boop, boop. There, the click moved. I mean, we had a photographer in the studio at the time. He just fell off his fucking seat, crying with laughter. It was just like, no, this isn't happening, is it? It's just like, for fuck's sake, the click moved. Holy shit. So anyway, when, there's a lot, but when I did eventually go to Germany to record Resurrection, I sat down and spoke with Charlie Balfind, who was the engineer producer for Cast in Stone, and he told me a lot. Kings of Evil is on Cast in Stone, isn't it? The track Kings of Evil. That became one of my favorite tracks. Yeah. There was a lot of good stuff on there. I thought Cast in Stone was a good album. I didn't think it was a great album. If there was going to be a comeback album, I think it should have been Resurrection. Because the Resurrection was the album where everybody went, holy shit, what the fuck? These guys have come into the 21st century, I mean, there was a lot, oh, God.
That was Raised in Hell, Destroyed and Damned, and Kings of Evil from Cast in Stone. Then we started off with a pair of tunes from the Wastelands from Venom's 1992 record, Cursed, and Wolverine. So we are well into the reunion era at this point, Mark. And Jeff Dunn was kind of just telling us all kinds of crazy crazy stories, and that's obviously his version. But I tend to side with him a lot more. He seems more sensible about it. Yeah, he's very passionate about things, but I just don't think he has like. He seems like a guy telling a story where he's not trying to gain anything. He's just like, here's some truth, deal with it. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Well, and also like there's more, we like with the New Wave of British Heavy Metal book that came out through Bazillion Points, which I can't think of what the fuck it's called right now because all my shit's
Denim
packed
and leather.
up.
Denim and leather. Yeah.
It goes through. There's a lot of people that side with him more.
Yeah. And it just like Kronos is like a storyteller. He's a myth maker.
Yeah, and it's not a judgment. It's just as trying to be historians of this stuff. Like we're trying to find the thing that has more people that are saying yes than no.
Exactly. And Mantas is writing his own book right now too, and he makes allusions to that a lot too. So I'll be kind of curious to read that when it comes out. So
I'd love to read
a lot of great stories. So.
Or basically, this is just going to be the audiobook.
I was going to say this is the audiobook version of it. We can just maybe we can include.
But if he did a reading, I mean, I would love to hear his. His accent is tremendous. I love his fucking voice. So
yeah, great, smooth. It's great. So as Jeff alluded to in all the, this is some crazy drama going on with the band. After Cast in Stone, there's. Abaddon trying to fire the other two guys, and then the other two guys strike out on their own and basically reclaim the Venom name. At this point, like Abaddon was the only one that was in it all the way until this point. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Which is kind of crazy to think about. And so basically, they kind of get Abaddon out, and then it becomes Jeff and Conrad together, and then they bring in Conrad's brother. Anthony on drums to record in Germany with Charlie.
That's his brother.
Yeah, it's his brother. Yep.
Younger brother. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So they bring in Anthony, and then they go to Germany to record this record, Resurrection, and it's actually produced, and he'll talk a lot about this by Charlie Bauerfeld, who did Night of the Opera and a lot of the Blind Guardian records after that. And I can hear a lot of that bombacity in Resurrection. Like it's got that sort of sharpness that you get from like, that sort of German, I don't know, that je ne sais quoi that you get from like late 90s, early 2000s Blind Guardian, I suppose, Yeah.
No, I totally get that.
And in fact, Mantas said he learned a lot of like production techniques from Charlie and has used them kind of since. But, like you said before, Resurrection is an album that seems to kind of modernize the sound of them. And that's, debatable if that's good or bad, but it does feel really inspired. It doesn't feel like they're doing like a postmodern Venom. It sounds like they're kind of like doing this new version of Venom for themselves for the first time. And I guess that's probably debatable if that's good or bad. And maybe it's not what people wanted, but
okay.
So I think like Resurrection has this sort of feel to it where it's like the first record where the shadow of Venom is not, it's not, it's not casting a shadow over them anymore. Like it feels like they're liberated a little bit to like try and do Venom in the next like millennium. And that's good. It's maybe not what you and I maybe would want, but at least it sounds like their songwriting's freed up and they're not just like cosplaying what people thought they wanted, which is maybe a criticism of Cast in Stone is that it's good, but it's sort of fulfilling exactly what people would have expected. Whereas like Resurrection sounds like a band that's not looking backwards, but is kind of looking forward a little bit. And like,
yeah, because that's like a weird.
Maybe that's why Mantas appreciates it, because he actually sees it as like the next step in his evolution as a songwriter. I guess maybe I don't know.
Because that year was also when like Paul Baloff from Exodus was performing with them again. It was kind of like a really retro year.
Yeah,
of things going on, and like Century Media did a live version of the Bonded by Blood.
Yeah.
And like, it was just kind of like reveling in that era, the classic era. So I feel like that was kind of in the era a little bit
for
them, but it's not, in retrospect, it's not necessarily anything that's really super valid.
Yeah. It's funny because I missed this record. It never really came across, and we were in the throes of metal at this point. This is like peak Eclipse and working at the record.
Of course, yeah.
Stuff, but it just never fell into my hands. And
there's no U.S. distribution either.
Is that what it was? Okay.
For Resurrection?
Yeah.
I don't think Steamhammer had much of because we were still importing a lot of these records.
I feel like I was getting like SPV stuff by maybe it was like 2001, 2002, and it wasn't in 2000, but I definitely got SPV promos later on, like 01,
Okay.
02, but it just, this must have been that middle ground era. And it wasn't something like Chris was like kind of sending our way. And it was just weird, and I really like Resurrection. I get like the, even the title track, it's got the Gojira stop start kind of stuff. And like I said, Lamb of God and things like that. But I think
it's like modern for the time for like, everything at that point was kind of stripped down to a degree.
Kronos sounds pretty inspired on the record. He sounds like particularly angry. I dig that. The drumming's obviously more competent, and that helps a lot.
That's a big, it's a big difference for sure.
And I mean, Mantas is fucking killing it with a lot of the stuff that he's doing on the solos and stuff. I mean, you go from Resurrection, which is pretty like, I think kind of a typical song of the record, but a good kind of.
It's got kind of like a black metal riff too.
Yeah.
Like this dissonance, that they always kind of had, but it seems more like aware of where they are in this kind of like.
That's actually, I never thought of that, but that now that you say that, there is kind of like a little bit of dissonance, and it's weird. I was trying to place what that was, but that's cool. I didn't put that together.
And like Vengeance reminds me of a later on Samael song.
Yeah.
Like it's got this like double bass and like this kind of more modern sound, and well,
it's even got like a modern like Slayer riff that you'd hear on like God Hates Us All a little bit, or
and even Kronos is more like kind of blatant, where he's just like fuck you, like there's a lot of
exactly like what Tom was doing on that record. It's cool to hear the double bass like really kind of effectively working on Vengeance a bit.
Yeah.
But I said, for me, Vengeance, this is a Mantas song because it's one of the most inspired, fucking brilliant solos in like the whole Venom catalog. I mean, it's like a real highlight. I really came away with a real respect for the tastefulness of his solos. He doesn't overplay. He just does like really kind of cool stuff that's got a lot of, I don't know, just vibes to it. Not necessarily like notes, but just like, he really knows how to bend notes and do stuff that's just super tasteful, I guess,
Yeah, I totally agree.
Pandemonium's a fun one. This is like, Jeff, Mantas kind of working out his inner like Masters of Reality, with like a Children of the Grave riff, basically, that he's kind of playing around with. And I love, like, again, when the whole song kind of cuts out, we get this fucking super kind of heartfelt, tasteful solo, and then a nice like kind of bass riff that reminds me of something Geezer would do before it kind of launches back into that fucking Children of the Grave kind of riff again, Yeah,
it's like it's bouncy and chuggy, and that solo is great. Like, what did I say? Very KK epic on that solo. Like KK Downing kind of vibe.
I could definitely hear a lot more of the KK stuff going on.
Yeah.
I feel like in the early years, he loved KK, but he either his musical prowess wasn't there or Venom's music didn't really call for that yet. So like there was really no like sandbox for him to like exercise some of those ideas, Yeah,
it's almost like more aesthetic than like how I feel KK would have done a solo on this. It doesn't sound like him, but it sounds like his approach.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like how like Adrian and Dave have like a different approach to like what they do with Maiden, and it's, kind of got that. I mean, honestly, because of like the Sabbathness of this song, like this could have been on like Down, NOLA. It kind of has like that retro Sabbath-y.
The very funny thing is that for Leviathan, I said it has a huge Down vibe.
Okay. So it's funny you wrote that. See, and people don't know, we don't compare notes.
Yeah.
I said, there's almost an early 90s Phil Anselmo kind of sound to like how Kronos is trying to sing with these vocal hooks.
Yeah, I said vocally it has a down vibe.
Yeah. And even like early 90s, like Cowboys from Hell, when Phil would
totally
heartfelt, like kind of like high notes and things like that, you know?
Yeah, and there's like Seasons of the Abyss shit going on in this song as well. And like the one of the vocal things I pull out as being goofy is like, instead of hallowed be thy name, is hallowed be thy shame.
Yeah. There are some pretty like kind of funny, clever, you know, play on words and stuff like that. But
yeah,
apparently this is how, from what I read, this is how Kronos sings on his solo albums, is this kind of style. So I don't know what the guitar playing's like on that. I guess it's Mike Hickey maybe sometimes, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, the power and the glory, you know, again, my takeaway is after this killer solo is that Mantas is just way underrated. And so I think that's why he loves this record. This is like a Mantas record. Like he gets to like just fucking do it, you know?
Yeah, because I think some of the songs are kind of like, you know, standard and stock, but the solos are all great.
That's what I mean. It's almost like the
second third or a third of the song is just pure Mantas, and I love it.
Yeah.
And then 2/3 of it's kind of like, it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like some of the lesser Dawkins stuff. Like even a bad Dawkins song usually has Lynch doing something interesting, you know?
Sure.
So like, you know, I'm here for that, I guess. And like at this point, like I kind of trust in Mantas. So I'm like, oh, sweet, man. Like I'll just let this guy do some cool shit.
Well, that's a t-shirt. It's Trust in Mantas.
Trust in Mantas. Yeah. So we're going to hear a quad of tunes here from Resurrection. Then we're going to leap ahead 17 years and we're going to hear a tune from Venom Inc. that we can kind of talk when we come back as we kind of wrap everything up and talk about sort of modern Venom Inc. Briefly, and then say our goodbyes and end this fucking long ass monstrosity that we unleashed on the world. So we're going to hear from Mantas talking about Resurrection. Then we're going to hear Resurrection, Vengeance, Pandemonium, and Leviathan from 2000's Resurrection. Then from 2017's Venom Inc. record, Ave, Dein, Fleisch.
There's so much lead up to Resurrection. So much. You know, there's, you know, like I've said, I had a martial arts gym at the time. I had a full-time dojo. And that was my sort of day job, if you like. I mean, it was my business. It was my gym. I run it. I was the chief instructor, examiner, everything. And it was a busy gym. It was in the city centre in Newcastle. And I remember one night, Abaddon and Eric Cook turned up at the door. You know, they came up. We were up on the 3rd floor of this building where we had the gym. And they sort of came in. There was a class going on. So I told one of the seniors to take over the class, and I took them into the office. And I was like, "What's going on?" And they put a piece of paper in front of me and said, "Well, you know, we need you to sign this. You know, we're going to fire Conrad." And I was like, "This is no." I said, "I'm not signing it." I said, "I'm not going to sign it. If you want to do this, you're going to do it on your own." I said, "I'm not signing that." Yeah. So immediately I got home from the gym that night. I called Conrad and I says, "Just to let you know, you're going to get fired." You know? And he was like, "Oh, right. And I knew for a fact he wouldn't take it lying down and he would do something about it. And like I say, this is where all the other shenanigans came in, and finding out what had been said behind the scenes. I remember making a phone call. Conrad called me shortly after. "Can I come up to your house and talk, mate?" You know, I was like, "Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, come up." He came up and he told me what the conversations he'd had with SPV and Steamhammer. I was like, right, okay. So I actually called Rainer Hansel and I said, "Right, I've got documents in front of me which I'm going to read out to you." And I read these documents out to Rainer Hansel, and I actually had to take the phone away from my ear. He went fucking ballistic. And it was at that point, you know, because I had agreed to stay with Abaddon and Eric to see the next Venom album through, because I knew exactly what was going to happen if I jumped ship as well, because it had happened before. I knew exactly what was going to happen, so that's why I stayed. In hindsight, what should have happened was, basically what did happen in a long way around, which was myself and Kronos, became Venom, and we did Resurrection. It happened a long way. There was a long way around the fucking houses to get there. But when all this bullshit first kicked off, it should have been myself and Kronos that walked into the office and went, "You and you, get your fucking bags here out of here." We should have took the upper hand and did that. And I actually said that to Conrad at one point when he says, "Oh, fucking, I'm just going to." I says, "No. I says, this time we fucking fire them." There's been so much which has went on, and like I say, there's a lot more depth in the book, obviously, but it was essentially when all that happened, and when I got these documents, and I was looking at all this stuff, and Rainer Hansel just went fucking off the deep end, and basically, let's put it this way, he had been advancing money that we knew nothing about. We hadn't even been in the fucking studio. We were like, what? So there was already half the budget eaten up before myself and Conrad got to Germany to record Resurrection. We recorded Resurrection in a residential studio called Caro Studios. But it was at that point, when myself and Conrad had that talk when he came around to my house, that there was complete radio silence from Abaddon and from Eric. Abaddon, I didn't give a shit because I knew. And it's ironic that the first communication after all this was way further forward in 2015 when we did Keep It True as Venom Inc. And I did not want to do that, But I'd also later, Conrad came around, we had the conversation, but Conrad came around to my house, we had this long conversation, and it was then that he said to me, "Why don't we give my brother a shot?" And I was like, "Well, Anthony." And he was like, yeah, he's playing drums, I was like, because I knew he's a great guitarist. He's a fucking great guitarist. He's a talented kid, he's very talented. I says, all right, okay then. So Anthony had a band of his own at the time, at this point, and he had his own rehearsal space that him and his band used to rent from this guy. So we just went down to this rehearsal space, and we picked a few Venom songs. And I remember Witching Hour was one of them. And I just made a point of turning my back to Anthony because I thought, I'm not going to be looking at him. There's going to be an audience out there. That's where I'm looking. I'm not going to look at the drummer. So we played. I came to Witching Hour. We played Witching Hour. And I actually turned around and I looked at Anthony and I said, that's the first time I've ever heard Witching Hour played the way that I wrote it. I was like, fucking nice one, And from there, we started writing for Resurrection. And Anthony would come in with pieces of paper all over his kit with his cues and everything. And week by week, there was less and less cues until he knew everything. He was there, And then when we got to the studio, eventually, when we got over there, we got past all the legal stuff, and I think Rainer Hansel at that point was probably panicking a little bit because, SPV Steamhammer are breathing down his neck going, where's this fucking Venom album? Fucking Venom hadn't even been in the fucking studio. So we go to Caro and we record Resurrection over there. But we rehearsed before we went. And we were a tight unit. We were fucking tight. And I remember the first day in the studio, met Charlie Barfind. And that guy, Charlie Barfind, has got the most ridiculous sense of timing I've ever heard in any human being. He's incredible. So anyway, I was in the studio, and I was in the control room, sorry. And Conrad and Anthony were in the studio room. So I was playing my guitar in the control room. That's where I've always, if I'm in a big studio, that's what I do. I record in the control room. I just like the environment there. So those two were in the studio. So we punched through, and it was like, why don't we try 13? So we're kicked into the track 13, finished the track, and then we seen Ryan Hansel and Charlie were sort of talking. And then they both turned around, they looked at us and went, guys, can we maybe have a talk? And, we go and have a coffee, have a talk. We're like, and we were thinking, oh, they don't like it. Oh, fuck, what the fuck's going on here? So we, Carol, like I say, is residential. So we went into the kitchen dining area, sat down, everybody got a coffee. And they sat down and they went, guys, maybe we think this is too tight. And we were like, fucking what? Too tight? It's like, all we've done is change the fucking drummer. Well, that's got to say something, but that's all we've done. And we've rehearsed and we've fucking too tight. And that's when Charlie said, okay, you want tight, you get tight. And that is the hardest I've ever recorded. It was fucking, I learned so much in the time at that studio. My studio playing, everything. It's, I learned that studio playing and live play, it's a different planet, the different universes. And I remember one time being there and Charlie would record a riff. He would just loop it. He would record a riff, stop the take, and drag it to the bottom of the page. And then without even turning around, all I saw was the back of that motherfucker's head. One more time. One more time. This went on and on and on, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of takes, to the point where I went, Charlie, I cannot tell the fucking difference in what I'm doing. What the fuck do you want? Okay, one more time. It's like he was relentless, And I remember throwing my guitar onto the bed in my fucking room this night where I went, fucking hell. And Conrad was in the actual studio filming. He had a camcorder. He was filming in through the window. And Charlie's sitting there doing his bit. And I'm standing behind Charlie going, you motherfucker. That was a great shot. But the results speak for themselves, And he did the same with Anthony. He was like, we do this fill, boom, he had him doing all the fills and everything. He had him doing everything separate and then through takes and fucking, it was the first time we'd ever recorded with Pro Tools or anything digital, really, And then when we heard the results, we were like, whoa, fucking hell. Yes, this is a good direction. Now, the stupid thing is, years later, Conrad came out, Resurrection, that's not really Venom. Oh, I say, oh, fucking hell, It's like, there's more justification of why you are God and you created shoes, oxygen. I mean, Charlie was the one who introduced me to the Angle Powerball. I was using Marshall, and I still use Marshall to this day. Marshall JCM 900, that's my go-to, But when I'm recording now, even to this day, I use an Angle simulation just to blend in with the Marshalls. I just remember being in this particular day, and Charlie was like, I have this amplifier I would like you to try, and he dialed it all in. I was just like, right, okay, you just do what you do. He dialed everything in like that. And he went, okay, let's take, I was like, oh, fucking hell. And I think, Resurrection has got that, dare I say it, that Germanic quality to it, that regimented. Everything is on point, which is great. People go on about the chaos and the mayhem of Venom. That's great. That's fine. Yes, I totally get it. I totally appreciate it. I know what you're talking about. I know where you're going. But I think if you're tight with it at the same time, it can be more chaotic. Because when you hit those stabs together or you hit a crescendo together, it's not like a handful of gravel or a handful of little stones hitting a piece of glass. It's like a fucking brick going straight through it, And I think that's what we did with Resurrection. It's great. And I think the songwriting as well. I've always said in chronological order for me, the Venom albums would be Welcome to Hell, Black Metal, Primeval, Resurrection. They would be the first 4 Venom albums, in my personal opinion, as a songwriter and as the founder of the band. To me, it shows evolution of songwriting, musicianship, production. The first album, Welcome to Hell, it'll never be re-recorded. You'll never capture that again. That was 3 young guys in a room destroying songs. We just did not know what the fuck we were doing. We just went in there and we went for it with total abandon, you know? And it's a moment captured in time. You know, I've already said we were given 3 days to do it. And then black metal, we were afforded a little bit more time, but it was still those same 3 guys in that room with slightly better sounds, a little bit more complexity to the songs. And then Primeval, I think, has still got the elements of Venom, but it's got that little bit better production to it. You know, it's a little bit more razor sharp. It's tighter. And then obviously then you move to Resurrection, you know, and after Resurrection, I would then stick Ave, and the next, there's only Black, you know, and I think there you've got a great progression through a catalogue. The day I left Caro Studios, I remember shaking Charlie's hand and saying, thank you so much. It's like I've been to school for 20 years and I haven't had a teacher at the front of the class. You know, I mean, I did learn a lot when I did the solo thing. I learned from Keith Nichol. But recording with Charlie was a different experience altogether. And the guy that I work with today for my own stuff is German, a guy called Kalle. And I've, my studio experience that I have in production, producing Ave, producing There's Only Black, and, like doing outside work for other bands. I did all the Empire stuff as well. All of that is knowledge that I've gleaned from Kalle, It's and I'm one of those people who I'll learn from anybody if they've got something valid, It's, I always go by what Bruce Lee said. It's like absorb what is useful, reject what is useless, and add specifically what is your own. And that's been my mantra in the martial arts and in music and in production and stuff like that. And I've always said, it's not some of the time, it's all of the time. It's not what you've got, it's how you use it. Yeah, and a case in point for that is, and I'll get back to the Venom stuff in a minute, but a case in point for that is seeing a video on YouTube where there was some young kid had won a competition to have a home visit from Joe Satriani. I don't know if it's still up on YouTube, but anyway, the camera crew knocks at the door. I think it's the guy, the young kid's mother. I don't know who opens it. Anyway, Joe Satriani walks in. Obviously, the kid shits himself. It's like, whoa, So Satriani is like, okay, then come on, let's go see your guitar, And this kid's got this piece of crap Stratocaster. I don't even think it's an original. It might be a copy. He's got a tiny little fucking amplifier. Joe Satriani plugs in, switches it on, and sounds like Joe Satriani. It's not what you got, it's how you use it. Even the equipment I use now, the studio equipment, it's not, I wouldn't say it's fucking high end, It's not Abbey Road, let's put it that way. In fact, we recorded at Abbey Road all those years ago. We did Manitou, the single at Abbey Road, and we re-recorded most of it again back at Neat Records because we didn't get the sound. It's like, so... I don't know. And studio monitor speakers. I mean, I'm looking at my monitor speakers now. I've had the same monitor speakers for at least 20 years. It's because it's what I'm used to. They're not mega high end. They're good, but it's just what I say. Leviathan. I really like that song. I mean, the title track, that's one of Conrad's. That's a great track. Pandemonium's a great track. That is on Resurrection, isn't it? I might be getting it wrong now. I don't know. Vengeance, I love that. Pain. There's a good, 13 was a bit different. But I still like that track as well. Overall, I'd still to this day like the album. I remember that guy I'm still in touch with, one of my best friends on the planet. He was actually Abaddon's drum tech in the very, very early days. Abaddon's brother was drum tech when we first started out, and then this guy came on the scene when he was only 15 years old. And we dragged him away to America, for those first gigs with Metallica and stuff like that. So he was around all that period of time with Metallica, Slayer, Exodus, everything. And he said he was in a music store one day, and he said, I heard this music playing, and he said, all right, I was like, that sounds like Conrad, So one of the guys in the store came over and he went, oh, this is your old crew. And he went, it's fucking Venom, Jesus, He said it because he'd been around in those early, he'd been at all the recordings, every recording we ever did, he was there, and he just said it sounded so polished and, like fucking just high end, it was like Venom on steroids all of a sudden, it was like clinical. Yeah. So, I mean, that resurrection would never, ever have worked with Abaddon. It would never have worked with Abaddon, sadly. But, even when we were in the studio, and this is what I was going to get to, I'll quickly tell you this. We were in Carol Studios this day recording, and the buzzer went at the door. So I answered the door, and this guy standing there with a parcel. And he looked at me, he said something in German. I went, oh, sorry, I'm English. It's, he went, oh, no problem. Oh, no. It's Rainer Hansel. And I went, oh, he's not here at the moment, but I can take it if that's okay. I'll sign. Yeah, no problem. So I signed for this parcel, and I left it at the front door. Continued recording. I think it was about 2 days later, Rainer turns up at the studio. I was like, oh, Rainer, there's a parcel there for you. Oh, okay, yes. So anyway, he goes over and he opens it, and it's a 24-track tape. Old 24-track. And he says, what the fuck is this? And there was just a handwritten note inside which says, this is my contribution to the new Venom album. And it was the exact same songs that I've told you about already. From its solo album and from Cast in Stone, it was the 24-track tape of those songs. So I said to Rainer Hansel, I said, this stuff is from the 90s. I had to go home, and then I was coming back to do the solo parts. So I says, when I come back, I'm going to fetch you a cassette tape. And I says, it's got all those songs on. So I brought the cassette tape back. I says, there you go. There's the proof. So, that was the only communication we had. And I was like, what the fuck? And I don't know what the fuck happened to that 24-track tape. And like I've said, it's, looking at what happened to me a few years ago, what Abaddon's going through now, and you think, is it worth it? All that crap, all that fighting, all that hatred, all that fucking... I've got a photograph on my mobile phone, and I just saved it from the internet. And I do believe, apparently, that it is one of the last selfies that Geddy Lee took with the three of them together before Neil died. And you can see Geddy like this with his hand up in the air, and Alex and Neil are behind them. And there's three guys there who just look so happy to be in each other's company. And I looked at that photograph and I was like, wow. And I was jealous. I was actually jealous. And I saved that photograph, and it's still on my phone to this day. To have that bond. And I mean, I'm sure they've had arguments in the studio about oh, you played the wrong note or whatever. I don't know. But to see that, they're all just in their day clothes, it's the outside, it's obviously freezing cold, they've got scarves on and things, Yeah. But there's just three people there who just look so comfortable with each other and so happy. The horrible thing is, that used to be us in the very early days. Sad, you know. But on the other side of it, you know, to anybody who's listening to this, you know, I'll never retract what I say because it's the truth. You know, they can say what the hell they want, and I've always said, give us a stage, sit the three of us on that stage, or sit everybody who's ever been a part of this fucking band, every member who's ever been in for fucking 5 minutes or 5 months or 5 years, I don't care. Anybody who's ever been in this band, sit us all in a straight line, on a stage, in front of the fans, in front of the press, and let's answer questions. I mean, I'm sure there's bands out there who have got far worse horror stories than us, you know? And, you know, there's probably bands who have got the same stories as us, but with millions of dollars tied to it. You know, we never had that. You know, and that's where you can sort of understand, well, if there's that much finance involved, you can sort of say, well, yeah, I kind of get it, but fucking when, you know, we never earned that. Not once. You know, nothing ever that Venom has done has changed my life. I do remember after all this happened, and then there was one night I was teaching at the gym, and the gym was a sort of partnership with this other guy who I had trained with for years and years and years. Oh, you know, we're sort of old sparring partners. We used to kick the shit out of each other, basically. The guy's name's Richard. And I was teaching a class. Richard was in the office waiting for a class coming in. There was other classes going on around because we had another 4 instructors who worked for us. And Richard came out and he had the gym phone and he was like this with the phone. And he went, call. And I went, who's it? He went, Eric Cook. I went, what? And I hadn't spoke since the resurrection thing, you know? And Richard gave me the phone. He went, I'll take over the class. Just take it. You know, so I sort of went outside the gym. And I remember, I mean, Eric's now passed away, bless him. I'm still in touch with his brother. I mean, and I just put the phone to my ear and I went, right, what the fuck did I ever do to you? This is what was your fucking problem with me? Before I even said hello to him. And all I got was just a blurb of apologies and this, that, and the other. He had arranged something for me and as a way of an apology. And we hadn't spoke for years. Yeah. And then, you know, I went down to see him. And it was his label I ended up doing the Zero Tolerance album on, which kickstarted a lot of things again. Everything happens for a reason. And I remember this time I went down, he had this place in Jarrow, which is south of the Tyne, the River Tyne. And it was like his office, and there was like a sort of back room, which they used as a recording studio type of thing. It wasn't fully equipped. They used to just bring the computers in when they needed to do stuff. That's where we recorded Zero Tolerance. And I remember this day going down, and we sat in what essentially was this boardroom, really. And I got there in the morning, sort of mid-morning, and we actually saw the sun go down. We talked for that long. And his wife was just constantly bringing in cups of tea and sandwiches, coffee, you know, biscuits. And we talked and talked and talked. And there was a lot of things came out. There was a lot of things revealed. There was a lot of things admitted. There was a lot of apologies. I mean, this talk was hours and hours. Yeah, it was, you know, what the other two never realized was that there was even though Eric was essentially Tony Bray's friend, and they fell out big style. They had a massive fallout at one point. They didn't realize, you know, me and Eric were good friends. You know, there was nothing went on, because I remember saying to Eric during the course of this conversation, why the fuck didn't you come to me and tell me what was going on? All you had to do was come to me. If you were too scared to stand up and go, I'm not doing that, or fucking whatever it was, or I'm thinking of doing this, dear, it might be a bit wrong, it's like, why the fuck didn't you come to me? But there was always a friendship there. I would never say for 1 second that I ever had any. I was annoyed with him, and I was disappointed, and that's why I picked the phone up and went, "What the fuck did I ever do to you?" You know, essentially, he was at heart. He was a good guy at heart, And you've got to remember that Eric was the same as us. He learned as he went along. He knew nothing about management. The running joke was, you be the manager because you've got short hair and you look good in a suit. That was it, Yeah. It was like somebody walked in and go, "Can you play guitar? Yeah. Do you want to be a roadie? Yeah." That was it. It was like, that's the way it was. It was like taking your friends on tour and stuff like that, And Eric learned his craft as he went along. But what I will say is that when it came to the actual band and the name of the band and all that kind of stuff, in the name of Venom, he was a pit bull. And he fought for that band. He really did, And yes, those things went on, and yes, things went sour between him and Abaddon. They were business partners. Yes, it all collapsed. Yeah, there was horrible things went on there. But, and again, with the help of his brother, they're very, very close brothers, he bounced back, and he ended up managing again and running a recording studio again. And he ended up managing Andy Taylor from Duran Duran. Wow. He was looking after the band Therapy for a long time. He was looking after a lot of bands. He had connections with a lot of bands. And what was Abaddon doing? He was working on a building site. He was in a call center. So that says a lot to me. Like I've said, it was 17 years of Abaddon doing absolutely nothing of any musical consequence whatsoever. Nothing.
Open your mind to avoid all confusion. Carnal instincts unwind. Animal resurrection. Unite. Feel the rushes you sire, then your soul comes alive. All the reasons you find will be your contributions. Metabolic distortions, Satan's resurrection. Open your mind. Open your mind. Resurrection. Take him down! Vengeance will be mine! Shall you reap? You pray to Lord your soul to keep. You live a lie, no alibis. You hang your head in shame and you ask why? Why? bodies of the flesh. Speed into thrash, black into death. Pandemonium begins to unwind. Darkened lands, life and death defy the sounds. Time's running out for you. The cry was heard. All hallowed be thy shame, delivered unto evil. Temptation be thy name. Behold thy fallen angels. Prophecies of ancient times, unborn wisdom that cries of infants' newborn eyes shall lead the blind.
Venom Inc. starting in 2015. But there was a fuck of a lot to lead up to Venom Inc. God, how can I do this as quick as possible? Well, basically, bullet points. Eric called me one day, do you want to do a solo album? My answer was no. He says, well, have a think about it. So, thought about it. He called me again. Do you want to, any thoughts? Solo album? Come down and talk to me. Okay. Went down, talk. Right. Okay. Let's do it. Yeah. So I wrote some songs. Became the Zero Tolerance album. Right. Now it became evident I needed a vocalist. So there was a friend who I trained in Aikido with. He was in a sort of industrial band with a guy. He came down. He took the vocal part. The guy who was doing websites for Eric, for the record label and everything, he became the guitarist. We needed a bass player. So I was like, oh, fucking hell, Tony. Right. So I called Tony. Do you want to do some bass? Yes, he came up. Right. Then we found a drummer. This girl, right, young black girl, amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm still in touch with her to this day. She's a lovely person. Charisse Osei. She came in as drummer, started playing drums. She is now with Simple Minds. She's played with Brian Ferry. She's UK's top female session drummer. She's incredible. She played a few shows with us. She played the Earthshaker Festival. Then she went off to do her own thing. The next drummer I had in, Tony had left by this point. The next drummer had got in. There's a guy called Martin Skorupka, who is now in Cradle of Filth. So Martin was in with me for a while, went to Japan, went a couple of European shows. Right now, then that Zero Tolerance thing sort of morphed into another band called Drill. So I was doing Drill for a while. We got German management. Let's have a think. Where was it going? Right. So we have this German management, and then I get a phone call one day from the German management. We have a request. The request was for me to be the live session guitarist for a techno band called Scooter. So I did a year-long stadium tour with this huge techno. There's loads of it on YouTube if you want to go and check it out. So I did that, which was great fun. From that, I get to know Kalle, who I'm still in touch with now, a guy called Neil, who was Scooter's guitar and keyboard tech. Neil became the singer for Drill. Kalle became the bass player for Drill. Through Neil and Kalle, we hooked up with a German drummer called Bodo Stricker. And my friend Andy Metcalf came in on guitar. Next thing that happens is Neil leaves the band. Scott Michael Callaghan comes in from Newcastle. Then we have a charity show to do. Bodo Stricker is a session drummer in Germany, and he slipped on a staging going to play a festival and broke his arm, so he couldn't do the show. Kalle was working away with Scooter because he's out front sound. So we had to draft in a drummer and a bass player. So Andy, my friend, says, I know a bass player. I was like, cool, great. Who do we get on drums? I called Nick Barker. Nick Barker was busy. He couldn't do it. So I was like, shit, who can we get? Previous to that, I had a phone call from Anton, who had said, just to let you know, I've left Venom. My brother is a fucking liar and fucking all this kind of stuff, right? He came around to my house. We talked for hours, blah, 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 blah. Another conversation altogether. Then I called Anthony, said, do you fancy filling in for Drill? Yeah, love to. He came on. So as soon as me and Anthony were together, people started talking again. Oh, two guys from Venom. Oh, I wonder if they're going to do anything. So this night at this charity show, we played black metal. I sang it. Just for a laugh. That was it. Then Drill continued. Then me and Anthony were talking, and we said, people are talking about this. Do you think we should do something together? I was like, yeah, why not? Okay, so the next person we called was Mike Hickey, who replaced me for the Calm Before the Storm album. So Mike was like, yeah, I'd love to. This will piss Conrad off. I was like, yeah, great. So there was myself, Mike Hickey, and Anton. I started writing songs. The first song I wrote became the title track of the album, Hell to the Holy. Obviously, that became Empire of Evil. So you got two guitarists and a drummer. It's like, wow, we need a bass player and a vocalist. I was like, well, I'll give Tony. I don't know if he'll want to do it, but So called Tony. He was like, yeah, let's give it a shot. He came in. Primeval was born. Then we get a letter from some idiots in fucking America called Primeval going, yeah, that's our name. We go, right, what the fuck ever. We'll change our name. They disband 2 weeks after they send us a lawyer's letter. I was like, I'm going as quick as I can. So anyway, so then it became Primeval. We get offered to go and do a 22-date tour with Onslaught in America. So we go, yes. Anthony doesn't want to do it. So he goes, I'm stage managing for a thing called Legends of Rock or whatever it was, which is all tribute bands. I spot this guy in a Black Sabbath tribute band called Mark Jackson. I call Tony. I say, right, I'm going to send you a video. This guy is fucking awesome. He becomes the drummer in Empire of Evil. We go do the tour. Come back. Mark leaves. Then we get in a Italian drummer called Francesco La Rosa, whose nickname is the Italian Lombardo. He's incredible. Plays our first show in France with no rehearsals, nothing. Then continues to play. Then Tony comes up to Newcastle to do a thing called Brofest, where he's doing an Atomcraft set. He asks me to jump up to do 2 Atomcraft songs, which I do. And then there's a band, a Canadian band, I think they are, called Cauldron. And they asked me to get up and do Die Hard, so I get up and do Die Hard. Abaddon's in the audience. We don't speak to him. He doesn't speak to us. But Oliver Weisheimer is there. Weinsheimer. I can never get his name right. Sorry, Oliver. But Oliver's there anyway from Keep It True. And then he calls Tony to say, I'd like Empire of Evil to do Keep It True. Would you do it? I went, yes. Tony calls me. He went, yeah. Keep It True. I went, great, excellent. Yes, sounds great. Great old school festival. He says, yeah. What about if Abaddon was there? I went, no, not a hope in hell. I'm not fucking doing that. No chance. No. Anyway, more talks. Eventually I go, right, okay, but I'm not rehearsing with him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to speak to him. Just, I'm dead set against calling it Venom Inc. or Venom or anything like that. That's when I came up with the idea of Iron and Steel. I create the logo, all that kind of stuff. We go out there and everybody just calls it Venom. So it was the fans, it was the promoters and everybody who then, oh, it's Venom. Then Conrad writes a fucking letter going, you can't be Venom. Like, oh, here we go. Great. So I reply to his lawyer twice, never hear another fucking thing. We put ink on the end. And the rest is history. Tony was basically the same as me. Tony Dolan was the same as me. Yeah. We never saw an album coming. We saw this as a whole, I don't know, just a retro thing, which was, we're going to go out there and we're going to be playing the classic songs. The thing is with Venom, for whatever reason, I've always said we're lucky. There's some bands have got that one big song that they play, and as soon as they play that one big song, the audience goes crazy. We've got a fucking bag full of those songs for some reason. It's like there's a lot of those things. So that's what we were doing. We were going out there playing old school sets and boom, boom, boom. And then it was John Zazula who basically turned around and says, one great record will change everything, guys. And we were like, I don't want to go down that route of recording. And then, it's a publishing. Here we go. The arguments will start. And we were right. That's exactly what happened. There was, again, a lot of shenanigans went on before the nuclear blast thing happened. But the nuclear blast deal happened. And then obviously the question of publishing raised its head again. I was just like, absolutely fucking not. No. And the recording process was, for Arve, Tony had concentrated on the administration side and the artwork, because I was keep saying, are you going to send me any riffs or what? Because we were working remotely. It was like, what you're doing sounds great. Just keep doing what you're doing. I've got some great ideas for artwork, layout, all that. I was like, cool, okay. So basically music and probably, I don't know, 75, 80% of the lyrics is all mine. When Tony came over here, then he did his bass and vocals here. Calla was here as well. And there was just a lot of good vibes about, us being together doing that. And then it came down to doing the drums. Now, for the demos, I had programmed all the drums. And I'm going to give you some examples so people know where I'm coming from here. So I'm not just ragging on the guy, which, like I say, I'm just telling the truth. When I programmed the drums for the demos, I programmed them in mind with Abaddon. Because let's face it, I'm not fucking Yngwie Malmsteen. I'm not Steve Vai. I'll be hard pushed to be fucking Angus Young. Fucking Abaddon is not Dave Lombardo. Simple as that. So we know our limitations. Or at least I do. I recognize my limitations. It's like I've always said I'll do the absolute best I can on the day. It might not be as good as yesterday or it might be better than tomorrow. I don't know. But on that day, you'll get 150%. So the drums were programmed with his fills and his playing in mind. I knew I couldn't overcomplicate it. It couldn't be another Resurrection, let's put it that way. So what I did was I sent him all the guitar stems with no drums. I sent him all the guitar stems with a click track. And I sent him all the demos. So in total, he got 33 MP3 files, right? He had everything to work with. He couldn't even open those. He claimed he couldn't open the fucking MP3s, the fucking stuff that I'd fucking sent him, until his fucking girlfriend walked in. He was on Skype, and his girlfriend walked in, pressed a button, and opened the whole fucking lot. Like, right, okay. So anyway, we put him in the studio, which was Eric's studio in Newcastle. We thought, right, if we put him into that studio, we'll feel comfortable. I was all for bringing Calais over from Germany to oversee the proceedings. But Calais would have fucking murdered him. Not, but, just in the sense of, that's wrong, that's not in time, because, he's a studio guy, So anyway, when he got into the studio, I said to him, I says, look, in the studio, there's a huge TV. They've got it hooked up to Skype. If there's any questions, you fucking just Skype me. I'll talk you through whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Fucking we'll get this fucking done, I said, if you want to play a fill, send me that fill. I'll put it in. It doubles my work as a fucking mixing engineer, but I'll do that. I'll construct the stuff. All right. So anyway, long story short, the first set of files came through, and it was for Ave Satanas. So if I get drum files from anywhere, the first thing I'll do is I'll look for the room mics, because they pick up everything, right? It's just the ambience. So I can hear what the drummer's actually playing. I can hear the kick, snare, the overheads. I can hear his tom fills, everything like that. So I just picked that one particular stereo WAV. I went, right, I'll play that, put the headphones on. I couldn't recognize the song. I was like, what the fuck is this? As I'm listening to that, my Skype goes on the laptop. It's Calais. Now, every time Calais calls me, it's like, hey, motherfucker. That's the first thing I get from him, right? This night, I accepted the call. What the fuck is this? What am I supposed to do with this shit? And then I get John calling saying, what the fuck's going on with this, man? And I'm like, fucking hell. And it just got worse. It got worse. The takes were terrible. There was no drum fills. There was nothing there. There was no passion. If I had put his drums or repaired those drums and put them on that album for Nuclear Blast, it would have killed that fucking album. Now, what I was saying before about, writing with him in mind. Right, the beginning, let's just take this one track. The beginning of Metal We Bleed. You get this and there's tom fills behind that. The tom fills are right. If you do that and then put this behind it, Too loud for the crowd. It's a fill he played in the 80s. It's something he did, right? The rundown in Metal We Bleed, bow down, 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 bow down, 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 bow down, 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 into the song. That bow down, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The first single, Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil. Down, 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 down. Right? Accents of 6. Yeah. So I had listened specifically to what he does and programmed the drums with him in mind. And he still said, it's fucking too complicated and we'll never be able to play any of that. And there had to be a decision made. And fortunately, or unfortunately, the decision was sort of laid at my feet, I suppose, as the producer of the album. So I had said to Calais, let's go with the programmed drums, because to edit this, to put it right, and we've got a deadline. And this takes me back to Cast in Stone, what Charlie told me. It even takes me back to Calm Before the Storm, what Conrad told me. And I'm like, fucking hellfire, there's a pattern here, you know? So yeah, we had to go with the programmed drums. Otherwise, it would have destroyed that album. It really would. You know, I've still got those files on the computer. If anybody doesn't believe it, you want me to put those up on fucking YouTube? There you go. It's not the kind of thing I would do. But, you know, Tony said to me, when all this came around, Tony had said to me, when I turned around to Tony and I said, this is not going to work. You know, Keep It True Festival. I said, it's not going to work. Because, okay, then we'll do the Keep It True. It's 5 or 6 Venom songs. Right. Francesco La Rosa was there. He did the Empire set before that. I had said, if anything goes wrong, he's off that kit. And Francesco jumps on the kit and he finishes the set. It's as simple as that. If I've got to, I'll pull him off myself. I am not going to be made to look like a twat in front of 2,500 people. And I said to Tony, and Tony was like, no, you'll fucking, you know. It's like bringing the old boxer out of retirement, you know, who had a shot at the title and won, which was us in the 80s. 0 to fucking hero, right? No fucking real hard work. One album, everybody went, holy fucking shit, who are these? And then next thing we knew, Metallica support and we're doing stadiums, right? So 0 to fucking hero. There was no hard work involved in that. That is the honest truth, right? We were fucking lucky. And then it's like pulling the boxer back out of retirement 17 years later and going, you got another shot at the title, mate. And he goes, right, okay, I'm going to do it. And all he does is drink and smoke and fucking, you know, stay up all night. And then he goes in the ring and gets his head kicked in. That's what it was like. And I said to Tony, I says, it's not, he says, yeah, I know, but, you know, and we'd played with Mark Jackson, we'd played with Francesco, and I'm sorry to have to say this, but, you know, you're playing, and I played with Bodo Stricker, Martin Skorupka, you're playing with top flight fucking musicians there, and it's like, it was a fucking luxury. And even, you know, going on tour, the best he ever played was the Primeval era. For some reason, that was the best he ever was. But this, it was just like, nah, the laziness kicked. I don't know what it was. It just wasn't fucking bad. There's plenty more fucking things I could tell you. It was just sad to see that fucking happen.
That was Dein Fleisch from Venom Inc. And then we heard a quad of tunes from 2000's Resurrection, Vengeance, Pandemonium, and Leviathan. The last album, I guess, with kind of sort of the original lineup, almost, minus Abaddon. So, but the last Venom record with Mantas, I suppose. So,
yeah, because there's been a couple with just Where it's basically Kronos and two other dudes.
Yeah, and we're not, I mean, we're completists, yes, but we kind of clearly skipped ahead a bit because we're just kind of telling, I guess, I don't know, the Mantas story, but really not. But sort of through his lens, I suppose. But
well, and he's even kind of complimentary to those players.
yeah, I think they're perfectly competent, but I just think there's,
but it's just not his. I mean, it's a weird situation for him, but yeah, this is like what we're kind of what we're dealing with for our sources. And taste as well.
Yeah, what's interesting about Dein Fleisch, I didn't know, is that this was, obviously it reunites the Primeval lineup. So we got Tony Dolan. The demo version of this song, Dein Fleisch, was released by Decibel as a flexi, and that's the version that actually has Abaddon on it. And the version you just heard replaced Abaddon with drum programming because he just couldn't cut it. So I think they toured, like you said, in 2016. Then they tried to go in and record, and I just think Mantas is like, "Look, dude, it can't happen." And those guys are kind of having health issues. I mean, Mantas talks about having like, I think a heart attack, right? I think
he had a heart. He's been a lifelong smoker, and he kind of he had a heart attack a couple years ago.
Yeah, so it was after this record and before There's Only Black, and so he's made some health changes, and I think Abaddon's has some kind of health issues right now. I mean, they're older,
but also he was never a good drummer.
Yeah, I mean,
and for part of their career that like made them more interesting, and then for the second part of their career it made it less interesting.
Yeah. So basically the first Venom Inc. is really a Dolan Dunn kind of duo record, and it works. I mean, like the thing is we just preached about how great Tony Dolan is, and so you throw him
that goofy walk, the door opens and there's some footsteps, but then that bass kicks in.
Yeah,
you're like, yeah.
And menacing riff, nice tasteful solo. I just said,
I'm not sure if the kind of intro part, is it somebody like being plowed, like a woman being plowed, or is it torture?
That's true. Maybe both.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell.
A little sex and violence mixed together.
It's like half like, and half like, I don't know.
I think the solo has a little bit more prog shred than like what Jeff's done. I mean, granted, this is 17 years after Resurrection. I know he's certainly worked on his guitar skills, but there's room for him to do this because it's not exactly Venom. It's Venom Inc. So I think that frees them up to try some different ideas. And I think ultimately that's why, Ave's great, but like There's Only Black is actually a pretty good fucking record from start to finish. I mean, I think Decibel gave it like a 7 or an 8. I mean, it holds up pretty well.
It just it's a little too modern for me.
Yeah, I can see that. But I think for being
I respect what it is.
Older dudes kind of throwing something down, like,
absolutely. These guys are, in their early 60s.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, we've learned to sort of appreciate some of the newer stuff Priest has done and some of the newer stuff Maiden's done. And I'm not saying it's like exactly that or, they're doing the same things because I think they're both coming from, different places, moving in different directions. But it's certainly, if you're into Venom and you have not checked out Venom Inc., like, I think you definitely can't go wrong, at least checking them out first and Spotify and listen to the records and stuff, But yeah, so this is where our spirit guided journey with Jeff gets kind of wrapped up. Like I said, true confession, I haven't really checked out a lot of newer Venom stuff. I did listen to a couple songs from 2018's Storm the Gates. And honestly, the weakest part of the record, any guesses, Mark?
On Storm, I haven't listened to Storm the Gates.
It's Kronos. He's kind of like the weak link on newer Venom stuff. I mean, the guitarist and the drummer are fine, but like his vocals, it's a little rough. And so
I feel, at a certain point, I don't think it's necessary to make, like, it's okay to rely on your, like, you don't want to hear Creedence go out and do like a new album.
Yeah.
You want to hear the classic shit, and that's fine. There's no like, we're still in this weird mindset of like, record industry bullshit where the only way you can go out on tour is if you have a new record. And I think like Carcass is one of those few bands that has actually understood that, okay, we only need to make a record every 10 years now.
Yeah.
And we can keep touring because people want to see us.
Yeah.
And we just get better as a touring act, but we don't need to come up with new shit unless it's like the best stuff we can do.
Yeah. So I just, if you get a chance, check out a song or two, but it was just, that was the weak link, is Kronos's vocals a little bit. And again, I thought his lyrics were not great. They were pretty cliche, like even more than what you hear with a lot of Venom stuff. There was a lot of like swearing. It just seemed like kind of tired and just kind of like,
yeah, like being pushing the limits is by swearing. Like, come on, we figured that wasn't the case when we were like fucking 15 years old. You know?
Exactly. It's not like early 90s hip hop or something where you're like, oh man, he swore, like who cares? But like I said, 2022 Venom Inc. release There's Only Black, and it's pretty fantastic. And we're gonna close with a pair of tunes from them, and they bring in Jeremy Klein, I think Klein, who they call War Machine on drums, and he's great. Do you
know where he's from?
I do not. Did you look it up?
Flint, Michigan.
What? No
Shit.
Flint,
Michigan. It's all about Flint, Michigan.
Damn.
Grindcore and death metal went a certain way in 1986, and this guy several years later, it's kind of funny.
In some weird way to any of that scene, or you just kind of?
No, he was just born in Flint.
Okay.
I don't know where he went after that. That's just what Metal Archives told me about him.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, so that's
I like to always, if anything relates back to Michigan,
like a half hour
talk
from
about
Mark and I. So it's like if you drew a triangle between where Mark and I are at, and then connected to Flint, we're like you and I might be the C side, and like A and B squared is like you to Flint and me to Flint. So there you go. Mm-hmm. There's our triangle of connection.
I'm 50 minutes right now from Flint.
All right. Okay. I'm probably 45. Let's be honest. But we're like equal.
We're actually almost, which is funny because we're about, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes from each other right now.
Yeah.
And if we were going to drive to Flint, it's almost equidistant.
I guess that is the shorter distance. So,
well, just because it's 75 gets me there quicker, but
you can kind of tell, like on Don't Feed Your Lies, like right away, War Machine's present, from that opening minute.
Oh, absolutely.
Kind of intro. It's like, whew. Mantas is doing like kind of weird, like the only guitarist I could kind of throw names at, and I want to be careful before I say this, but it reminded me of some of like the things Shoulderner does in like Later Death. Just a little bit of those little kind of flourishes, nothing too advanced, but just, I don't know. And maybe I'm just grabbing the wrong guitar player, but that was the vibe I kind of got, was like flowery, like, but proggy, but still kind of heavy almost.
And like not using too many notes.
No, it's tasteful.
Chuck never really kind of pushed the limit that way. Mm-hmm. It was always kind of tasteful.
Yeah.
And I think that Jeff's doing the same thing.
Yeah. Great, powerful chorus. I think it's really cool. I love the song shifts after each chorus, where like the song almost like changes gears and stuff like that. And that last minute shred session reminded me of Ghosts of War from fucking South of Heaven. It just has this like chaos that's really cool. That was a really good tune. And then
I think that's always part of his approach is, there's this like very like kind of calculated aspect, and also this kind of like unhinged aspect.
Yeah, and definitely Carrie and Jeff drew from that,
totally
put together, and I thought it'd just be appropriate, since we started with Welcome to Hell, to end with Inferno, which is the song that kind of, to bring it all full circle back to hell. And so that's kind of where There's Only Black ends, and that's kind of where we'll end. We rise from hell, Inferno. So yeah, nice little atmospheric solo. It's epic, tasteful tune. Fun way to sort of end things. So yeah, it's been a ride. Let me tell you, it's been a ride. So
it's been a rip ride.
It's been a rip ride. Couple things. I'll just share a few things. I'll probably save some for our shorter episode, but just want to thank our new patron, Brian Gaffey, 2 days ago, kind of signed up to be a patron. And then just a couple comments that we sort of got from.
I've got a short one as well.
Okay, cool. Got one from Steve Dooley. This is from January. So I listened recently to the Venom podcast and the Merciful Fate one. Good job on those. I thought it was funny when one of you mentioned that in high school, if you saw someone wearing a King Diamond shirt, that was all that person seemed to listen to. LOL. As a longtime fan of Merciful Fate, more so than King Diamond solo stuff, I have always loved Slayer, Venom, Possessed, Carnivore, etc. I had to throw that in there, but I thought it was kind of funny. Good show. Thanks. Thumbs up. Luke Maloney. This is kind of a random one from a couple months ago. Hey guys, I came across your podcast by chance as someone dropped from the Maiden A to Z dropped the name. So that's another podcast.
Cool.
Generally not a fan of podcasts that play full songs, but it works really well with the way you guys do things. I know you've been doing it for a while and hope there are many more to come. Keep it up the metal. This is from Laura Jane. She says, hello. Just wanted to say thank
Laura
you.
Jade? Like
Jane.
Luke Skywalker's wife?
No, Jane, unfortunately.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Like G.I. Jane. Yep. This is from January. I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your podcast to the Typo Negative group. I listened to part 1 today and plan to listen to part 2. I have been very skeptical about Jeff's book due to all the controversy that arose around it, but I'm listening with an open mind. I sent him, and then kind of goes from there and stuff. But she says,
I really didn't get the controversy. What was controversial about that book?
So I talked to Jeff a little bit about this in
I felt he was like really like, I don't know.
So basically what I talked to Jeff.
He seemed really respectful and everything about it.
He was. And I think what happened is the band read the whole book and approved it. And so did the family. Mm-hmm. And then after he published it, the family, I think, had some dynamics they didn't necessarily love. I think there was some beef with Pete's like last girlfriend. Some things kind of happening there.
Oh, okay.
And then they recanted their approval. So amongst sort of the typo kind of like aficionados, they heard through the family that there was a book coming out that was not like accurate. When in fact, when Jeff gave them the book to sort of like read through and like, thumbs up or thumbs down, both the family and the band members like were cool with it. And then some internal stuff sort of happened. And so they retroactively kind of like, and it hurt Jeff, but Jeff was not really part of that. It was something. I mean, because I had with a girlfriend.
I've known Jeff for 20 years, and he is not.
He's one of the best journalists I've ever. He's almost to a fault. He
has a lot of like integrity. He's not going to ever push like a false narrative about something he cares about. And he didn't do that book for money. He did that book because he loved the subject matter.
Yep, agreed. It was pretty wild. So
yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so that's kind of, and I've told Jeff that I go into those typo Facebook groups that I'm part of. Mm-hmm. And it's like going into a mosh pit. I'll like post something and I'll see people comment about like, oh, I don't trust that book, blah, 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 blah. And I'll like be like, look, here's some, and I'll kind of like defend it, but I don't know. So
well, speaking like people are used to like it has to be the, the authorized version. And like Popoff has never done an authorized version of anything.
Exactly. So it's
he does a lot. It comes down to, kind of.
And I don't want to drudge up more shit for Jeff, so I don't want to speak on it. But again,
no. But I didn't realize until fairly recently that there was any kind of blowback about any of that. And then like rereading the book, and I was just like, I don't see what's controversial. Like he's being nothing but respectful and. About the whole thing. So
I agree.
That's for another show.
So I got one more, and then if you got one more, and then we
can I got one.
Buys. This is from Stefano Marandin, a recent, I think, patron. And he said, hey guys, thanks for more stellar work. These pods have been fantastic. Who thought I could listen to 12 hours on 2 Venom albums? He said, just listening to the 2022 lists from our patron episode and wondered, did you check out that Phobophiliac album? We did. I don't mind.
It's great. Cool. I did the beer label for him this year.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it was just, we only had a certain amount of things we could kind of throw on there. But he says, superb stuff. Also, you were mentioning Native American metal. Have you checked out the Pan American Native Front? I haven't, but I'm interested. No. He says the song Mika Kinkwawa's Triumph from the Little Turtles War album has become one of the most listened to tunes recently. So keep up the good work, chaps. So thank you for that. Great recommendation. So
I don't want to sound like a dick, but can you call it a podcast? It's not a pod. The pod is what the thing is played on.
That's true. Well, I think
I just have a hair up my ass.
I think that's the hip slang mark of the young kids. That's
but it doesn't make any sense.
I'm just kidding. It's just. I'm just trying to defend it a little bit.
No, even like that Tarantino podcast I listened to with Roger Avery.
Call it the pods.
Well,
pod.
his daughter's the producer of it, and she's in her 20s.
Yeah.
And she's fine on the show, but when they say the pod, it just, as a person who likes things to make sense, the pod is the iPod, is where
Sure.
podcasts originally were aired on, and the cast is the version it is now because nobody has an iPad.
That's true.
It
Well,
just-
I think you just need to hang out with more teenagers like I do. I think that will hit
No,
you up
I would just get more angry. I would want to like
all the
scream at all
lingo.
of them. All the lingo's bullet. It's
I'm just
because I'm
kidding.
an old man, and
Well, I think it's
that's their language. And
but I think a lot of
That's
slang
great.
doesn't make sense. That's kind of the thing, right? You know what I mean? Like it's almost like idiosyncratic to like a fault, you know, like
I don't know. I can't. That's something as we've been podcasting for 15 years, we fall into that old school category. I got to kind of put my foot down.
Mark's getting on his lawn. You guys better get off.
I appreciate you guys paying for me to put stuff on my lawn to make it look pretty, but
Exactly.
it's still my lawn.
We got one actually just yesterday, and this is from the winner of our Patreon contest, Jess. And she said, finally had a chance to listen to the best of 22 episode. She said, basically, it's like they're remodeling my office, and I temporarily had to set up the hall across. And basically, I needed some death metal to drown out the general loudness. She says most of it I was aware of, but the biggest discovery I had was the Worm EP, which was totally slipped by my radar. Flipping amazing. I love the simple organ sounding keyboard that accompanies the super crisp, clear, and just astonishingly good guitar licks. I was too busy looking under rocks for lesser known indie stuff in 2022. I could totally kick myself for missing that one. Glad I've got it now. Thank you. Woohoo. So, hey, that's what we're here for, is to, remind you of some things that you miss. I know
Some things. I'm so out of the loop that I
that worm,
apologize.
if you haven't had a chance, like it's worth putting on. Like if you're just like walking around the house or sitting working on your computer, that I've gone back to that EP a couple times and I'm like, fuck, I'm not saying it's as good as some of the other things, but it's better than I thought. And it's something I've like listened to almost more since we did that best of episode. And I think I dismissed it because it was an EP, but like some of the songs are like 10 minutes long. I'm like, oh, okay, this is like a 30-minute record. Actually, it's just like 4 songs. So, but fun, so hopefully you dug that. And for people that are wondering what the hell we're talking about, if you want to become a Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast. And when you sign up to become a Patreon, you have access to all these special episodes, including the 2022 best of that we did about a month and a half ago. And and so there's kind of exclusive episodes there. If 6 hours of Venom is not enough to whet your whistle and your appetite, and you want some other things,
there's a lot back on the
you can kind of scroll back through. If you're somebody that voraciously listens to podcasts like I do, and you kind of consume things much faster than you probably should, it's definitely, and we appreciate that, because obviously this is a lot of work and we put a lot of time in, and we're trying to find time to do this with all the crazy stuff that we've been kind of got going on in our life. And so we do appreciate all of you who have steady supported us and signed up recently or signed up this summer through the Bolt Thrower Challenge. And so
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we have one more through.
Awesome. Yeah, hit us.
This is from 5 days ago from Shannon Hodges.
Nice.
The subject, NPR of metal.
Whoa.
Somehow I am only now discovering your podcast. Outstanding work, intelligent, well thought out, and dare I say, dignified. It's NPR for metal. As an old metal person, I appreciate the respect and thought of the topic. Have you thought about doing an episode on Midnight, Athanar, or Jamie?
Oh, so this is somebody that knows. Are they talking Jamie as in Jamie?
Jamie as in Athanar.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought we was talking about Jamie from Beasts in the Fields. I thought this was maybe somebody that like knew us. I was like, oh, that's a weird request.
Well, because he, I forget what the hell his last name is, but Athanar, Jamie.
Yeah, from Boulder.
From Boulder, yeah. And a handful of other bands, but.
I mean, we haven't not thought about it. Let's just put it that way. It's certainly a band. I've seen Midnight like more times like the last couple of years than I think a lot of bands. They played at Vegas, saw them open for Merciful Fate. They're so fun. They're awesome.
Yeah, I've probably seen them 4 or 5 times now.
And I can't thank Midnight enough for sharing, like I said, all the attention that they helped get us for the Venom stuff. Really, really appreciate it. So
Yeah, and short hairs unite, man.
yeah, absolutely. That's me.
Not me. I'm gonna go to the grave this way, but
yeah. I for those of you that haven't seen me out in the wild in a while, I did cut my hair around Thanksgiving. I couldn't do it.
So
anymore.
Jason sold out.
I sold out, man. I went full Dillinger escape plan.
You went full Metallica.
I did. Yeah, I have like a Hatfield mullet right now, and I'm wearing actually some eye makeup like Kirk Hammett did on Load. So
this is true.
It's good. It's a good glam look for me right now. The students do appreciate it. So, but yeah, if you have comments or you want to like get us some feedback, obviously we'll have time to read a lot more. This episode's already long enough, but I just wanted to at least get a couple little things in there.
Mm-hmm.
The next episode should be a little bit more self-contained. But shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. Check us out at Jason and Mark on Facebook. That's where a lot of people drop comments. There's probably a whole bunch I got to screenshot and catch up on from people reacting to Venom drops and different things like that. You can check us out on Twitter at Podcast Requiem, or just look us up, Requiem Metal Podcast. Also on Instagram. Although I'll be honest, I've been so busy, I have not really like pushed things as much lately. I've kind of just tried to take a little bit of a little removal from social media. I just kind of I'm saturated in a lot of my life, and I'm trying to pick my battles. And so
a little love removal machine there.
Yeah, a little cult love removal machine. So, but yeah, so Mark, it's been real as usual. It's always nice to catch up, and yeah. So
we're always encouraging. We can talk for 15 hours if we.
I know.
Don't have anything else to do.
This is school night. That's the crazy part. But
I know. Got to get you out of here.
I know. But we've got 2 more songs for you, and we're going to hear one last time from Mantas, kind of talking about some Venom Inc. stuff a little bit and kind of what he's sort of up to around this kind of time period. And so, so for Mantas, Jeff, once again, thank you for all the contributions you made. We got a pair of tunes, 2022's There's Only Black, called Don't Feed Me Your Lies, and Inferno. And for Venom, 16 hours, 17 hours, 18 hours, 19 hours in. 30, hopefully. I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
And then, we went to America to promote that album. And the tour was called the Bloodstained Earth Tour. Now, I do believe the first show was Philadelphia? Wherever it was, I think it was Philadelphia. But wherever it was, we had 2 days rehearsal in that city. I walked out after the first song of rehearsal. I was disgusted. He hadn't learned any of the fucking songs. Comes to the night of the show, and we're sitting on the tour bus, and there's fucking hundreds of people outside the venue. It was only a club venue, nice club, but hundreds of people outside. And I think it was the promoter or someone from the club came onto the tour bus just to see if everything okay, guys? We were like, yeah. Mm-hmm. And we made a joke and said, we hope all those people are going inside to watch the band. And they're like, it's full inside. Those people can't get in. Wow. It's oversold. So what we're going to do is we're going to open the big side doors beside the stage so people can watch from the street. And we're like, wow, really? Fucking hell. So anyway, that's what happened. So this is the first night of the tour. The second night is Gramercy Theatre, which is sold out in New York. So anyway, we'll go on stage in Philadelphia. Great reaction. Comes to the track Bloodstained. Tony makes this speech about the Bloodstained Earth Tour, the new album, blah, blah, blah. This is called Bloodstained. And I turned around and looked at Abaddon. Nothing. He hit a 4 count and then went into something completely different. And I looked, and he went, hit another 4 count, again, fucked it up. And then he screamed at fucking me and Tony, just play something else, play something else. So we kicked into one of the old Venom songs. Now, if that had been YouTubed, that would have killed our tour stone dead. And, part of his reason was, it'll get better as the tour goes on. It's like, this is not the fucking rehearsal. This is the tour. Rehearsals aren't even fucking rehearsals. Rehearsals are not meant for the musicians to learn the songs. You learn your parts individually. Right now, I'm sitting playing through fucking how many, right? 12, 16 Venom songs. And then a load of cover versions as well. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cover versions and an original song, which has never been played live before. I'm playing through all that every single fucking day. And then I've got 1 day's rehearsal in Japan with Japanese musicians before I go on stage. That 1 day is not for me to go over there and go, how does this song go? Know your stuff and then get into the rehearsal, solidify it, but you know your parts, and then you go and do it. It was like, fucking hell. I mean, you know, when I did the Scooter tour, the Scooter guitar parts are not rocket science, right? It's a techno band. The guitar parts are very limited. I was only playing 4 songs per night. Great fun. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Firing rockets off my guitar like Ace Frehley. It was fucking great, you know? Loads of pyros. Excellent. But the first day I got to Hamburg, I was taken to a TV studio. We had 2 days rehearsal in a TV studio. Massive big soundstage, huge lasers. I didn't realize how big they were until I got there. And I remember one of the songs that they wanted me to play was one of their big tracks called Fire. And they wanted me to do a solo at the end of Fire. So I was like, right, okay. So I got called up to the stage. It was like, okay, we do Fire. I was like, right, okay, cool. Yeah, everybody fucked off. They just hit playback and watched me. The caterers, the management, the crew, the band, everybody was at the back of the hall just with the spotlight on me. Now, I'm damn sure if I'd fucked it up at that point, they would have went, there's your plane ticket, fuck off. Go home. There's a great documentary to watch for anybody who's into this kind of stuff called Hired Gun. I can't remember who it is, but one of the sessions musicians said, when you go for your audition, your rehearsal or whatever, you better take your A game because behind that door, there's somebody waiting to take your place. You know? Sadly, that's what we had to do. When I sent all the files over to Jeremy for him to do his stuff, and, you know, the remit from me in particular for songs was, you know, as long as you're hitting the tempos where the tempos are, the rest is yours. You know, if it's a big halftime thing, I don't want a blast beat there. I want a big halftime thing because that's what's happening. What he sent back, I was just blown away. You know, and he sent 2 versions. Which one do you want? You know, and it was like, and I remember saying as well, you know, when it came to mixing, I said, send me your drums as you hear them. I don't want your snare. I don't want snare top right, snare top bottom, snare top this, snare top fucking. I don't want 4 microphones. Mix your snare as you hear it. I want to put your kit up into the studio. I want to import it and just sit and listen to it as you hear it. I'll add any EQ it needs for the song, any compression it needs for the song, any reverbs it needs for the song, anything like that, I'll do. But I want to hear what you hear as your kit. I don't want to hear. I don't want to put together what I think your kit should sound like because I'm a guitarist, right? So, and that's exactly what he did. And what I got back from him was right on the grid, fucking edited, superb, no problems at all. And it added so many dimensions to those songs, you know. And the one thing I was careful of when I was mixing, I think it's Don't Feed Me Your Lies, where he's doing these little hi-hat patterns in the downtime. Oh, fucking hell. You don't hear that in modern metal productions, you know. Hi-hats and cymbals seem to be just, forgotten about. You know, hi-hats and cymbals add to the groove of the song. They glue the instrument together. Part of the fucking instrument, so they should be heard. So hopefully, with There's Only Black, I've given everything its own space where you can really hear what everybody's doing. I mean, far exceeded any expectations I had. You know, when you put something out, you're always, you're letting it go into the world and thinking, oh, what are people going to think? At the end of the day, it's nice to get critical acclaim, and it's nice to get, 4-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 10-star, whatever it is. But, ultimately the fans will decide. They'll say, yes or no. And with Arve got really positive reviews. And I remember reading at least a couple of these reviews which said another classic Venom album, and I thought, whoa, high praise.
Mhm.
You know, saying something like that at this day and age and at this stage in the game. And when it came to doing There's Only Black, it was like, okay, you know. But I did what I do all the time, and I just wrote. In the book that I'm writing, there's a chapter called The Dreaded Second Album. And, you know, and that is because, you know, Welcome to Hell had such an impact on the world. Everybody going, who the fuck are these guys? Have you heard this? Jesus, heaviest thing ever fucking consumed by humans ever, you know. All the cliches were there with that album, you know. And, you know, you do read about these bands who have such a impact with the first album, then they can't follow it, you know. Luckily, we never even give it a second thought, you know. We were just fucking duh, you know, and just doing what we did, you know. Never thought about that. I think I did with There's Only Black, but there's definitely, even in the lyrics, for me personally as well, there's more of a maturity, because, you know, we're not talking about demons with horns and fucking forks and sticking pineapples up your arse for fucking eternity, and, you know, angels on fluffy clouds. It's all fucking bollocks at the end of the day, you know. Always said with the older Venom records, you know, let's go way back, you know. Welcome to Hell, 1,000 Days in Sodom, you know. Forget all those early songs. Let's just take the first two albums. There were stories. You know, there was no preaching there. There was no, you know, like I can vividly remember writing Seven Gates of Hell, you know, and it was my tip of the hat and my nod and wink to Ronnie James Dio. Said it a million times. I always envisaged Ronnie James Dio singing that song, you know, in a dream or a nightmare, well, love gives way to hate, you know, the quest begins for the keys to the thumb. You know, it was all stuff, you know, Ride the Wings of the Locust, all that kind of thing. It was sword and sorcery. And that's, I think the majority of the Venom songs were like that as well. And I've said this as well, you know, as much as I'll tell the truth about, you know, things that happened, Kronos wrote some fucking great lyrics. You know, Nightmare. You know, I came up with the music, and he was the same as what I said about the Evil One. It was like, you know, he came up, you know, by the shores of the ancient sea, full scream out destiny. Fucking great. And then, you know, when I had this riff, which was going to be for Possessed, which was da-da-da-da-da, look at me, da-da-da-da-da, Satan's child, da-da-da-da-da, born of evil. You know, I had those lyrics written before fucking Welcome to Hell was recorded. Da-da-da-da-da, Manitou. It became Manitou, you know? And, you know, the fucking lyrics to that, across infernal wastelands, many miles of sunburned hell. Oh, so evocative, you know. Those lyrics that he wrote there were fucking stellar, outstanding, you know. Great. For any faults, problems, anything like that, where credit's due, I'll give it, you know. And fucking hell, he wrote some fucking great lyrics. And I think now, I've never seen us as preaching and saying, you know, fuck God, fuck this, fuck that. It's never been, you know, you worship us. It's fucking shite. It's all bollocks, you know. Whatever you want to call it, God. I call it the universe. You know, it's. I don't believe in any of that. I believe in universal creation. I believe in fate. I believe in destiny. I believe in the law of attraction. You know, and you could argue that, oh well, yeah, there's evidence of that in the Bible as well. Well, okay, but you call it a different name, right? You know, it's like, you know, Ricky Gervais was cornered by someone where they said, oh, you're an atheist. He's like, yeah, I don't believe in God. He says, yeah. So, and then he turned the tables completely and said, but you believe in God? He says, yes, I believe in God. He says, which God do you believe in? I was like, what? He says, well, there's about 1,000 of them. So which God do you believe in? I believe in the one and only God. Oh, so you don't believe in the other 999? Right. Okay, then. Well, I don't believe in the one that you believe in. So there you go. It's like, you know, it's... But this album, There's Only Black, that is why, you know, I wrote a track called Man as God. And that's what we are. On this planet, man is the God, man is the demon. You know? I probably said it in the last fucking podcast. I don't know. But I've said this countless times that we are capable of the most benevolent love and support, and we can create amazing things. We're searching for the cure to cancer. We'll help our fellow man as much as we can. We'll put ourselves out to help each other. And some love can be unconditional. It's, we can be beautiful beings, but we are also the most despicable pieces of shit on the planet. Look at what is happening in the world today. And that is what the song Tyrant is about. And I wrote Tyrant about 2 years before the Ukraine thing happened. Read the first 2 lines of Tyrant and see if you can decipher them. Message in the first 2 lines of Tyrant. See if you can decipher it. But, that's what it is. We are the gods. We are the demons. Don't fucking tell me that anything good happens on this planet is the work of God. Bullshit. It's the work of man. Anything bad that happens, that's the devil. Bullshit. That is man. If someone walks across the road and kicks my fucking cat, the devil didn't do that. You fucking did it. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to kick you. It's so that is what this album is embracing. It's just a little bit more real. It's world darkness. I've said for countless fucking times, it's like if people say, yes, but you wrote this in a lyric, yes, you wrote this in a lyric, yes, you wrote this, and I'll go, yes, and Clive Barker wrote Hellraiser, and William Peter Blatty wrote The fucking Exorcist in 1973. Right. Go and chastise them. Do you know that in England, way back in the 80s, that we had a thing called the Hungerford shootings, right? And there was this nutcase walked into sleepy suburbia one Sunday morning dressed in full military outfit with automatic and semi-automatic weapons and just shot people who were in the garden washing their car. Usual Sunday morning stuff. You know what got blamed? Rambo. It's like, how many times have I seen Rambo? And every single Rambo movie that's ever been made. A lot. Favorite movie of all time. Where are we? Can you see behind me? It's up there. The Exorcist. It's like, don't tell me that, some otherworldly being is responsible for fucking telling these people to do that shit. No, I'm sorry. You're an unhinged motherfucker. There's nothing we can do for you. I'm really sorry about that. And you can turn on the news channel. You just go downstairs now and turn on CNN and you'll see far more disturbing images than you can see in any fucking horror movie at all. There was this thing about what's the movie Terrifier 2? I've seen it and it's gory and yeah, but it's all fucking makeup and it's all fucking special effects. Yeah, great. Yeah. Look what happened a few years back when we were seeing beheadings. That's not fucking pretty, To say that rock music or metal music, is a bad influence, it's like, I think, we're the least of anybody's worries. And all the time I've been doing this, and I think I've seen, 1, 2, maybe 3 fights in an audience. I remember playing a club somewhere. I can't remember where the fuck it was now, but I remember being on stage and the audience were right up to the fucking stage. So they were literally leaning on the stage like this. And there was these 2 guys at the front and there was a bit of pushing and shoving going on. And then it got a bit nasty, So we finished the song and I knelt down in front of these 2 guys and I grabbed his hand and I grabbed his hand and I forced them together. And they shook hands. And I just looked at both of them. I was like, fucking no. And they hugged each other. And for the rest of that gig, they had their arms around each other, bouncing up and down. It was like fucking great. But that's the thing. We play the angriest music on the planet. Mm-hmm. And you still see all the fucking smiling faces in the audience.
deserve sympathy, narcissistic lies, no responsibility, everything denied. Story-eyed, they hang on every word. It's there for the taking, giving nothing in return. A legend in your own demise, I watch you crash and burn. The poison it deserves. Crawl back to oblivion, denying twisted truth. Dreaming your reality, you don't have a fucking clue. Take it all, fake it all, sell your soul and live your life. No less than you deserve, live your false reality. But don't feed me your lies. Raise your voice of minions appease. Approval comes without a choice. They feast on your disease. Story-eyed, they hang on every word. Self-righteous heretic, your word betrayers. Bias indoctrinate, when will you see the light? Feed the poison it deserves. Fall into oblivion with everything you do. Dreams become reality. No more time to waste on you. Use it all, lose it all. Sell your soul and live your life. No more than you deserve. This is your reality, but don't feed me your lies. Good night, Jack, it'll be alright. Numb the pain, tell one more lie. This time you've crossed the line. You can't remember what you did last night. So sad we know your game. You thought you had it made. You'll never take the blame, but you've had your day. No use, worthless, lie down, die, give up, fuck you, lie down, die. the burning heavens, the wings of angels fell. From the mouths of liars